Mother, do you really intend to ignore him? He's my brother after all. The woman asked in a low voice. Mother, do you really intend to ignore him? He's my brother after all. The woman asked in a low voice. You look like me, but do you think your brother looks like me? Imperial concubine Lien gave a charming smile and caressed his daughter's face. Silly child, after so many years, can't you tell that this little bastard is not my son? The woman did not speak any more. She was very clear about the struggles within the Imperial Nine Palace. Her mother had gotten the Ming Prince from somewhere in order to make him happy. However, he is indeed your royal father's son, but he is only the little bitches. I just did not expect him to be so useless, wasting so many resources on him. It's good that he is crippled now, otherwise he would cause trouble for me in the future. Imperial concubine Lien was actually very grateful to Qinxiang, now that Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord was gone. She didn't need to look at his face anymore, so she found a good reason to give up on him. In any case, he wasn't her biological son, and Xiao Yulan had previously told her to not touch Qinxiang, which meant that Xiao Yulan held Qinxiang in great importance. Jiner, don't tell others about this matter. Let me tell you now, I'm just worried that the kind you are being deceived by that bastard. That's right, in the future, you better follow Hong Kei and learn a few more things from her. Otherwise, you'll only be bullied in the palace. Look at this girl, White Feng. She's just a treasure. Imperial concubine Lien touched Xiao Jiner's head. Although her daughter had a very charming face, she was very naive. Imperial concubine Lien felt that it was all because she had loved her daughter too much and did not train her. However, if she did not do this, she was afraid that her daughter would be persecuted. So she did not dare let her daughter go and receive the cruel training. Mother, is that person called Xin Fei really speaking unpleasant words? Mother, why don't you teach him a lesson? Xiao Jiner said, Silly girl, those were all made up by that bastard Xiaoming, and his purpose was to anger me. The words he said were contradictory, and you would know the moment you heard them. Imperial concubine Lien smiled charmingly and patted Xiao Jiner's face. Let's go, I'll bring you to find Yulan. Look at how powerful your sister is now. She might very well become the new Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord. Xiao Baifeng's car was walking on the road, coincidentally passing Imperial concubine Lien's car. It's the Imperial concubine Lien. Xiao Baifeng was surprised. This woman should have also seen my car. Don't tell me she doesn't plan to find trouble with you? Is she really that good? Generally speaking, strong women would not have useless sons like Ming Prince, right? Chen Xiang laughed. When I have the chance, I want to see her and ask her how she disciplined her son. There was a discussion about this matter in the palace, because she treated Ming Prince pretty well and gave him a lot of resources. However, she did not discipline him too much afterwards. Her daughter looks very similar to her, but she is actually a kind-hearted woman. This is completely different from the Imperial concubine Lien. Xiao Baifeng said, Don't underestimate Imperial concubine Lien. For her to be chosen by the princess means that she has decent strength. Also, there seems to be something mysterious between her and the Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord, because no one has ever seen the Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord speak to her before. When she came to the Imperial Nine Palace, she brought along the young Xiao Jiner. Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord had never asked her about anything, nor had he summoned her. Xiao Jiner told me before that she had never seen Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord before. Chun Xiang heard the gossip in Imperial Nine Palace, and also thought that it was very interesting. He laughed. Could it be that the origin of this Imperial concubine Lien is very mysterious? Originally, Qin Xiang was only teasing, but he didn't expect that Xiao Baifeng would say it seriously. It's extremely possible that on the day Ming Prince was born, a concubine coincidentally died. 2 months after this matter had passed, said Imperial concubine Lien gave birth to a son. She had been in the palace for 2 years, and Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord had never touched her, but she had a son. Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord doesn't know about this? Chun Xiang asked curiously. Actually ignored the death of his concubine? He didn't even come to take a look when his son was born? It's too normal. There are thousands of women in the Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord. He usually can handle so many things. He has always raised his own women and children growing up in the Imperial Nine Palace. He doesn't care whether they live or die. Only his very outstanding children can be considered by him. How heartless! Chun Xiang frowned. Looks like those who fought their way out of Imperial Nine Palace are all ruthless. Is your princess like her as well? That's right. Don't look at how gentle the princess looks on the surface. She has done quite a few ODY things. Xiao Baifeng said. Among all of the Imperial Nine Palace, I'm afraid that only the Prince Ping grew up in a healthier environment. He followed the great national master since he was young, and got attention from the Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord since he was young. So no one in the Imperial Nine Palace dared to even touch him. This is fate. Qin Xiang shook his head and laughed. I am rather curious about the background of the imperial concubine Lien. The princess had also sent people to investigate it, but they did not find anything. But they trusted the imperial concubine Lien very much, and handed over many important matters to the imperial concubine Lien to do. The imperial concubine Lien has also done very well. Chen Xiang did not take this matter to heart. He felt that he would definitely not have anything to do with the imperial concubine Lien in the future. Just as the carriage left Imperial Nine Palace, he received another message from Huang Yantian, asking him when he would arrive. Divine Tripod City was very big, and the tavern that Huang Yantian had arranged to meet him, it was close to the Imperial Nine Palace, so he would be able to reach it very quickly. Do you want me to come with you? Is this a secret? Xiao Baifeng looked around, because Chun Xiang was a person who was being closely watched by the several big powers in the Imperial Nine Palace. All right, come with me. Chun Xiang nodded. Xiao Baifeng was not weak, so it would be safer for her to follow him. Qin Xiang arrived at the room Huang Yantian agreed upon, and upon entering he was stunned. There were actually 2 Huang Yantians inside. However, they only had the same appearance and wore different clothes. Master. Senior Master. Qin Xiang immediately recognized Huang Jintian and shouted, Little B, A-S-T-A-R-D, you caused me to lose. Huang Jintian ran over quickly and knocked Qin Xiang on the head. This BASTARD said that he had a way to bring you here, and he even made sure of the timing. I don't believe him, so I bet with him. Huang Yantian laughed. If you admit defeat now, you can call me Big Bro. Humph, I am clearly older than you. Why should I call you Big Brother? You should call me Big Brother. Huang Jintian scolded. Qin Xiang just noticed that Yang Tianyi was also here. Qin Xiang just noticed that Yang Tianyi was also here. Yang Tianyi and Huang Jintian went to the Star Law Divine Realm, and now that they were back, they even ped into Huang Yantian. Big Brother Yang. Qin Xiang cupped his hands towards Yang Tianyi, who smiled and nodded at him. Xiao Baifeng was very shocked. Qin Xiang was very powerful. Then wouldn't Qin Xiang's master and senior uncle be very strong? It was just that Qin Xiang's master and senior uncle were both a little strange. You little B, A-S-T-A-R-D, you must call him Martial Uncle from now on. Huang Jintian rolled up his sleeves. If you dare to call him Senior Master, I will beat you up one time. Brat, don't believe his words. Just call me Senior Uncle. If he beats you up once, I'll beat him up 10 times. Huang Yantian laughed. If you dare call me Junior Master, I will definitely beat you up. Qin Xiang laughed bitterly. So that means no matter what I say, I'll get beaten up. After Huang Jintian saw Xiao Baifeng, he said to Qin Xiang, Good boy, every time I see you, I am not familiar with the women around you, and each one of them is stronger than the last. Through these words, Xiao Baifeng found out that Qin Xiang was not a good person. No wonder Yue called him a little scoundrel previously. Qin Xiang immediately sent a sound transmission to Huang Jintian and the others, telling them to tell their real names. Shen Fei, I'll take my leave first. When you need it, just send me a message. Xiao Baifeng handed over a jade token to Qin Xiang. She knew that he was doing this, so she tactfully left. I heard that Xian Xian was taken away and is inside the Imperial Nine Palace. You must have snuck in, right? After Huang Jintian left, he asked after setting up a few enchantments. They snuck in. They're very safe in there. Qin Xiang said, and Yue ran out as well. Did you guys go to the Star Law Divine Realm? How's it going? She was related to the 3G. D tribes, and right now she couldn't go back, so she was very concerned about the matters there. When he asked about this matter, both Yang Tianyi and the person who asked him earlier had a heavy expression on his face. The undead divine race is gone. The cat race is gone. The Star Moon divine race has hidden away with all his might. Huang Jintian sighed. Even the divine dragon race is in danger. I had no choice but to hide. How could this be? Yue asked in a very dejected manner. The 3G. D tribes who were very closely related to her had all met with danger, and undead divine race and cat race were gone as well. Don't be so painful. Your cat race did not try to kill your enemies the way we did. Your cat race was just scattered, and they temporarily announced their dissolution. But Star Moon divine race is different. Star Moon divine race is more popular and directly fought with a few of the great powers in Star Law divine realm. Huang Jintian said he had already found out Yue's background from Huang Yantian. Yang Tianyi said, those fellows from the Star Law divine realm have already gone mad for the sake of longevity. They think that the G.O.D race all have the power of longevity within them, so they captured a large group to study it and angered a few of the G.O.D race. Although the few G.O.D races are strong, they can't match up to the large number of people from the Star Law divine realm that pursue longevity with their lives. Master is an undead divine race. Qin Xiang patted his shoulder. At that time, the great clan elder and the rest risked their lives to protect the more important undead heaven spirit. According to the information that I have gathered, none of the undead heaven spirit have been captured, and they even offered a sky-high reward for them. Huang Jintian said, I hope Grandpa and Grandma and Grandpa and parents are fine. Tears flickered in Yuer's small eyes. She looked pitiful. They're all fine. Your seniors are all very powerful. Huang Jintian curled his lips. I didn't think that a little thing like you would actually be this powerful. Qin Xiang asked, what is the undead heaven spirit? Is very important to undead divine race? Of course, the undead heaven spirit can directly absorb the energy of heaven and earth to give birth to a spirit embryo and then produce a powerful undying G.O.D or even a sky spill master. We brothers are the sky spill master that was born in the undead heaven spirit, and moreover, it's an extremely rare twin. We haven't met each other since birth. Huang Jintian looked at Huang Yantian. To be able to meet this foolish little brother in this life, I truly have a long life. In order to prevent the two brothers from getting into an argument, Qin Xiang hurriedly asked, are there a lot of undead heaven spirits? Furthermore, once a new undead heaven spirit has grown to a certain stage, they will, according to their own senses, head towards a place to absorb the energy of heaven and earth there, and give birth to a spirit embryo. Huang Yantian said, the undead divine race is really magical. Qin Xiang exclaimed. Yue replied, generally speaking, the G.O.D tribes all have this kind of heavenly spirit. Star, Moon divine race, cat race and cat race all have this kind of heavenly spirit. When the clan is about to be exterminated, the heavenly spirit will have the effect of reproducing. Could it be that Long Shui is a heavenly spirit? Qin Xiang thought of Long Shui. Back then, he remembered that Long Shui had said that she had produced a few white dragons herself, which was why Lung Yulan was born later on. Masters, can you calculate the 9 heaven world now? I want to know when I can integrate it, Qinxiang asked. And the time there? I've calculated it once before. The time changes, they're very unstable compared to here. However, when we fuse together, at least 5,000 years have passed, said. That should be enough time for our growth. Huang Yantian said, 5,000 years is more than enough time for them to develop. Although the 9 heaven world has not merged with the Super D realm yet, the quality of the whole is close to that of the Star Law Divine realm. Those who grasp the dragon vein and have a strong Tao of pills will definitely develop the fastest. Huang Jintian said, You do not have to worry about that. Do you want to go back now? Didn't you say that Xian Xian and the others don't have many problems? Aye. There is still a compet. 1. Tie in an Imperial 9 palace. I plan to return after that. Chun Xiang replied, There's still more than 20 days. Right. Can you bring us into the Imperial 9 palace? Huang Jintian laughed. Just now, that little girl's strength was not bad. Did she bring you in? And she seems to be very obedient to you. This brat, you sure is good at this. Who allowed me to become an incredible apothecary? But don't think too much, he's a good friend of mine. Qian Xiang explained what he and Xiao Baifeng had met, and also gave a brief introduction to the situation inside the divine Cauldron Nation. Yang Tianyi laughed. It's so lively inside, I also want to go in and take a look. Little brother, go and ask that lady, can she bring us in? We guarantee that we won't cause any trouble. Chen Xiang was more at ease with Yang Tianyi, but that crazy master of his was a little crazy, and he didn't know if it was his senior master or his junior master's Huang Yantian. They made him extremely worried. All right, let me ask. Chun Xiang immediately transmitted the message to Xiao Baifeng. After Qin Xiang sent the message to Xiao Baifeng did not think much of it, and just agreed to let Huang Yantian and the others enter the Imperial 9 Palace. Previously, Chen Xiang and Xiao Yulan had already reached an agreement, but not only did Xiao Yulan not have any doubts about Chen Xiang, he had become even more trusted and valued. So Xiao Baifeng felt that it was nothing to let Chen Xiang's master and friends come in. After Qin Xiang sent the message to Xiao Baifeng did not think much of it, and just agreed to let Huang Yantian and the others enter the Imperial 9 Palace. Previously, Chen Xiang and Xiao Yulan had already reached an agreement, but not only did Xiao Yulan not have any doubts about Qin Xiang, he had become even more trusted and valued. So Xiao Baifeng felt that it was nothing to let Qin Xiang's master and friends come in. After Xiao Baifeng agreed to Qin Xiang's terms, Qin Xiang brought Huang Jintian and the other 2 down the inn. Before he left, Huang Yantian and Huang Jintian, this pair of strange brothers, were still arguing with each other about how to pay the bill. Qin Xiang was worried that they would fight, hence he had no choice but to pay for it. After getting on Xiao Baifeng's carriage, Qin Xiang repeatedly reminded the crazy brothers to not do anything. Master, there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons inside the Imperial 9 Palace. The strong are as numerous as the clouds. Chen Xiang said in a serious tone. Don't worry about that. Even if I cause trouble, I won't implicate you. To be honest, I really am not afraid of them after Imperial 9 Palace's divine Lord Scram. Huang Yantian laughed. Kid, I will take a liking to this fellow. Don't worry about him. Huang Jintian laughed. Qin Xiang suddenly felt that bringing the 2 into the Imperial 9 Palace was the wrong decision. Little girl, who are your parents? Huang Yantian looked at Xiao Baifeng and suddenly asked. I don't know. I was raised by the princess. I'm an orphan. Xiao Baifeng shook his head. Why do you ask, senior? I also have some understanding of the divine Cauldron Nation, but I never thought that there would be a person beside a princess in the divine Cauldron Nation who is so powerful. You seem to have 30 divine deity already at such a young age, so I think your parents are definitely not normal people. Huang Yantian said, We brothers, know how to tell a fortune. Do you need us to help you calculate if your parents are still alive or not? Huang Yantian laughed. Miss, when we brothers work together, there is nothing that cannot be calculated. Moreover, we are both Qinxiang's masters. You don't need to worry about us lying to you. Qinxiang suddenly felt that it was weird. Huang Yantian and Huang Jintian had already teamed up and actually agreed to cooperate to tell Xiao Baifeng's fate. Qinxiang nodded at Xiao Baifeng. Elder sister Baifeng, they indeed know some kind of divine ability or technique. You can try it. How? Xiao Baifeng trusted Qinxiang and asked immediately, just 1 drop of your blood. Huang Jintian took out a white jade bowl. Seeing this jade bowl, Qinxiang's pupils shrank, hit a pair of Dao-hard eyes, so he could see that this jade bowl was extraordinary. Qinxiang suspected that they obtained some treasures after returning to the Star Law Divine Realm. Xiao Baifeng dripped a droplet of blood on the jade bowl, and then, under Huang Jintian's control, that droplet of blood merged into the jade bowl. Huang Jintian closed his eyes and started chanting a strange incantation from his mouth as the jade bowl also emitted multicolored light. So your parents were both the divine monarchs by the divine cauldron's supreme lord side. However, they died in battle a long time ago because of the powerful divine beast's defense. Huang Jintian said, and then he said 2 names. Thank you, senior. Xiao Baifeng memorized the name and planned to look up it in the future. She had experienced a lot in the past few years and was mentally prepared for it. But after knowing that her birth parents had already died, she couldn't help but feel hurt. But now, knowing his roots was not bad either. At the very least, he could know who his parents were and where he came from. Qinxiang did not understand why Huang Jintian and Huang Yantian would suddenly do such a weird thing, and immediately used the voice transmission technique to tell them, "What are you guys doing to suddenly do such a thing?" We were looking for undead heaven spirit. I calculated that an undead heaven spirit was right above this divine cauldron star. But I don't know where, but when your master came by and worked with me, I finally figured that the undead heaven spirit was within the Imperial 9 Palace. But we can only calculate it to this point. Then we figured out who her parents were, and found out who her parents were. So we confirmed that she was an undead heaven spirit. Huang Yantian replied, there was actually an undead heaven spirit in the Imperial 9 Palace. Qinxiang was also shocked. In his eyes, the undead heaven spirit must be very powerful. Oh, right, this undead heaven spirit is a female. I wonder if we can find her. We have to let her know about the calamity that has befallen our undead divine race. Huang Jintian said, undead heaven spirit is a woman. A person immediately surfaced in Qinxiang's mind. It was the imperial concubine Lian. When the mysterious imperial concubine Lian entered the Imperial 9 Palace, he brought his daughter in. Although she had a useless son, it was rumored that she had stolen this son of hers. Because she had a son, she was able to raise her status in the Imperial 9 Palace. Xiao Baifeng had told Qinxiang about the imperial concubine Lian not too long ago, which was why he suddenly remembered it. He did not understand why the imperial concubine Lian was hiding inside the Imperial 9 Palace. Was he trying to find something? If imperial concubine Lian was an undead heaven spirit of the undead divine race, then she was definitely strong. She must have her reasons for being hiding in the Imperial 9 Palace and following Xiao Yulan. Xiao Baifeng had said that Xiao Yulan had investigated the origins of the imperial concubine Lian before, but he did not come to any conclusion. Qinxiang told Huang Jintian and the others what he knew about the imperial concubine Lian. After they heard it, they also thought that it was very possible. Xiao Baifeng helped Huang Jintian and the others get 3 jade plates. Then he continued to drive them to his house. Is this the inside of the Imperial 9 Palace? Huang Yantian jumped up high and looked around. It's about the same as an entire city, but there are many powerful auras here, and it's not simple at all. Huang Jintian urged Qin Xiang to quickly find the imperial concubine Lian to confirm, so that they could finish what they were doing here and then leave. Elder sister Baifeng, I want to see that imperial concubine Lian. I hurt her and hit a little too hard. I want to accompany her. Qin Xiang said to Xiao Baifeng, can you help me arrange it? I feel that both she and I are currently working for the Jade Cauldron Divine King, and there shouldn't be too many conflicts between us. I want to resolve those conflicts between us. If it wasn't for Huang Jintian, Qin Xiang wouldn't even bother to go see imperial concubine Lian, but there was nothing he could do. Huang Jintian was his master, and this matter concerned undead divine race. Are you really going to do this? If we can smoothly resolve this conflict, Princess would definitely be very happy. What she hates the most are her subordinates, scheming against each other. Xiao Baifeng said, of course, I want to find her now, and also bring a gift to atone for my sins. Qin Xiang laughed. Then we will use the bone level Dan. 4 low-rank bone level Dan-s were nothing in Qin Xiang's eyes. He had refined them in an instant. Xiao Baifeng immediately went to imperial concubine Lian to discuss this matter and arrange for Qin Xiang to meet with her. Xiao Baifeng immediately went to imperial concubine Lian to discuss this matter and arrange for Qin Xiang to meet with her. Qin Xiang entered the secret room and instantly refined a portion of the medicinal ingredients into 6 bone level Dan-s. After that, he walked out of the room and found Huang Yantian and Huang Jintian roasting meat in the courtyard. Huang Jintian really liked eating barbecue, so he had good cooking skills. At this moment, Qin Xiang smelled the fragrance of the barbecue and started to salivate. Bake more! When Qin Xiang arrived at the courtyard, he immediately saw 2 piles of charcoal. Huang Jintian and Huang Yantian were roasting 2 whole cows each, and the cows were so big that they had no choice but to float. Yang Tianyi laughed. It's good that I'm together with them. It's good that it tastes good all day. Qin Xiang looked at Yuer. Yuer was currently staring with wide eyes at the 2 bullies. He never thought that this little thing would actually like to eat this kind of meat. This is the secret recipe for the undead divine race's barbecue. I never thought that the 2 seniors have mastered it. Yuer giggled. I didn't think that I would be able to eat this kind of roast meat for so long. How fragrant! Xiao Baifeng praised when she returned, with a warm smile on her face, as if she had gradually liked this kind of liveliness and smiled at others more. Qin Xiang asked, how's the situation with the imperial concubine Lian? Xiao Baifeng picked Yuer up, nodded, and said, it's already been arranged. It's still early. After we finish eating, I'll bring you to find her. At this time it was almost dusk. After Qin Xiang and Qin Xiang ate their fill, they went to find imperial concubine Lian. The imperial concubine Lian's house was not big, but the inside was exquisite and elegant. Qin Xiang heard from Xiao Baifeng that the house originally belonged to the Ming prince. But the Ming prince wanted a big house, so the imperial concubine Lian had exchanged places with him. As Qin Xiang sat in the hall, he was a little nervous. After all, he was the one who had severely injured his son. Imperial concubine Lian walked out, as did her daughter, Xiao Jiner. Xiao Jiner was as tall as the imperial concubine Lian and wore the same red dress. Both of them had the same charming phoenix eyes and looked very much like twin sisters. Previously, Huang Jintian and the others had said that this undead heaven spirit could form his own spirit embryo. After the spirit embryo grew, it would look very similar to that of the undead heaven spirit. The one walking in front was the imperial concubine Lian. Qin Xiang could tell with a glance that the imperial concubine Lian's charming and seductive face was filled with an ice-cold expression. The Xiao Jiner behind her was very different from her. Even though she also had a charming face, she was actually very shy and slightly lowered her head, not daring to look at Qin Xiang. When she raised her head to look at Qin Xiang, she discovered that Qin Xiang was looking at her. My son is dead. You should be happy now. Imperial concubine Lian said coldly after he sat down. I'm so sorry. Qin Xiang never thought that the Ming prince would actually die. This caught him off guard. He had initially thought of how to converse with him to resolve this conflict. At the same time, he felt that this matter was rather suspicious. Although his attacks were heavy, the Ming prince was not immortal either. At most, he would only be bedridden for 3 to 5 years. Imperial concubine Lian, is this true? Why haven't I heard of it? Xiao Baifeng also did not expect this. He died not long after you came to find me. Imperial concubine Lian snorted. Looks like the enmity between us can no longer be resolved. Qin Xiang suddenly understood that this imperial concubine Lian must have tried to kill him after he found her. Although imperial concubine Lian was cold and his face was filled with anger, he was not sad at all, not like his dead son at all. But he couldn't understand why the imperial concubine Lian would do such a thing. Could it be that they didn't want to settle the dispute with him? Even if the enmity between us cannot be resolved, the gift that I have prepared will still be given to the imperial concubine Lian. Qin Xiang took out a jade box and handed it over to imperial concubine Lian. Imperial concubine Lian did not take it, but placed it beside her table. Elder sister Baifeng, let's go. Qin Xiang saw that there was no room for discussion, and did not plan to waste time. Wait a minute. You killed my son. Are you planning to end it like this? Imperial concubine Lian stood up, his eyes full of killing intent. Then what do you want? Xiao Baifeng asked coldly. She was extremely protective of Qin Xiang. I want him to compensate a son of mine. Imperial concubine Lian sneered. If you can't compensate, then become my son. Wishful thinking. Xiao Baifeng pulled Qin Xiang along. Let's go. Imperial concubine Lian immediately stopped them. What? Didn't you say earlier that you wanted to dissolve the hatred between us? Now I will give you a chance. Just be my son, and you will be cured. Of course, you won't lose out. I'm just letting you marry my daughter. Mother. Xiao Jiner was shocked, her face turning even redder. Xiao Baifeng and Qin Xiang were shocked again. They never thought that imperial concubine Lian would have such a good plan. Previously, when she said that her son died, it caught Qin Xiang and Xiao Baifeng off guard, and even made them hate Qin Xiang, but now she wanted Qin Xiang to take her daughter as compensation. Jiner, don't talk. Imperial concubine Lian scolded her lightly. Are you willing? That way, I will be your mother-in-law, and all the hatred between us will be gone as well. Imperial concubine Lian's ice-cold face had already disappeared. What came next was a charming smile. You really aren't losing anything. My daughter is not bad at all. I already have a wife, and there's more than one. If your daughter wants to be my woman, she'll probably be ranked very far away. Are you willing to let her suffer this injustice? Qin Xiang also wore a smile on his face, because this imperial concubine Lian didn't intend to turn hostile with him. He merely wanted to rope him in as much as possible. Xiao Baifeng had heard a lot about Qin Xiang from Huang Jintian not long ago, but when she thought about it, she felt that it was normal. In this kind of environment, for Qin Xiang, this kind of terrifying alchemist, to have many women was nothing strange. I'm fine with it, but you just need to take care of Jiner in the future. You can't let her suffer even the slightest bit. Imperial concubine Lian directly said without even thinking, Mother, I don't agree. Xiao Jiner immediately shook his head. I don't like him. Qin Xiang looked at the charming Xiao Jiner and laughed. Don't worry, I'm not sure if I want you or not. However, your mother did it for your own good. I hope that you will have a good home to return to. Imperial concubine Lian. Don't worry, I don't need to marry your Jiner. I have a lot of women by my side. I don't need one of them. I promised to take care of her. Qin Xiang felt that there was no pressure. He just threw her into the hundreds of Flowers Village and Pa-S said her to LV Chilian and the others. Imperial concubine Lian, why are you so anxious to shake your daughter off? What's going to happen? Xiao Baifeng asked she could tell this. The imperial concubine Lian frowned. Then, taking the jade case that Chen Xiang had gifted her, he pulled Xiao Jiner along as he led him and into a private room. The imperial concubine Lian frowned. Then, taking the jade case that Chen Xiang had gifted her, he pulled Xiao Jiner along as he led him and into a private room. "What are you trying to do?" Qin Xiang asked. "You are Qin Xiang, right?" Imperial concubine Lian asked directly after entering the secret room. Qin Xiang was startled, but Xiao Baifeng looked at him with a surprised expression. Xiao Baifeng had heard of the name Qin Xiang before, so a legend about Chen Xiang suddenly popped up. Shen Fei. Qin Xiang. Xiao Baifeng frowned. "Are you really Qin Xiang?" "Yes. I'm not hiding this from you. This is a long story." Qin Xiang felt his head hurt, and he secretly chided Xiao Yulan in his heart. He actually told the imperial concubine Lian about his matter. "Did Xiao Yulan tell you this?" "No, I guessed it." The imperial concubine Lian smiled charmingly, poured 2 cups of tea and pa-s, set it to Qin Xiang and the others, hinting them to sit down. "I didn't think that Yulan would know about this. It seems like you and her had a secret conversation." "Of course. I don't care about the things between you two. After you kill my son, I want you to compensate me and take good care of Jiner." 1. I didn't kill your son. 2. It wasn't your son. Chen Xiang laughed. "Don't not admit it. With this kind of method, you can't hide it from me. But don't worry, I have something I need your help with now, so I will take good care of Jiner. I just don't understand. You're doing pretty well in this jade cauldron palace. There's no need for you to give your daughter to me. I'm going to leave this divine cauldron nation in the future." Imperial concubine Lian let out a faint sigh. "Don't think that a simple compet 1. Taiyan can decide the birth of the throne. You left the divine cauldron nation after the compet. 1. Taiyan, right? At that time, bring Jiner away. I am very sure that after the compet 1. Taiyan, there will be a great battle." Xiao Baifeng frowned. "Didn't they say that the compet 1. Taiyan to decide which side has more great national master? So, who will be the one to be the divine lord?" It was originally like this, but something happened later on, because after becoming a divine lord, the benefits received were too many, causing some great national master to have no choice but to join. Imperial concubine Lian said, "The other divine nations are the same. I think that the old divine lord did it on purpose. After the 9G DS nation left, he actually left behind a huge treasure deposit, all for the sake of making the battle even more intense. According to the divine lord, the more powerful the battle for their children, the more stable the new divine lord will be." Qin Xiang nodded his head. "This is a matter of your divine cauldron nation. It doesn't have much to do with me. I can promise you that I will bring Jiner back to the 9 heaven world and take care of her. But you have to promise me one thing. I have some questions to ask you." "Just the 2 of us." Qin Xiang looked at Xiao Jiner and Xiao Baifeng. After Xiao Baifeng found out about Qin Xiang's ident 1. Tai, she and Xiao Jiner still felt that Qin Xiang was very mysterious, so they both walked out of the secret room. "Go ahead." Imperial concubine Lian smiled. It was a very charming smile, and he wondered if she was trying to seduce Qin Xiang. "Do you have some sort of deal with the divine cauldron supreme lord? Also, that Ming prince is not your son." Qin Xiang asked. "Ming prince is indeed not my son. Divine cauldron supreme lord and I do have a deal, and he and I only have the name of husband and wife, and not the real deal." Imperial concubine Lian nodded his head. "You are as powerful as the rumors say, to be able to see through so many things so quickly. Have you been paying attention to me this entire time?" Imperial concubine Lian lifted her hair and looked at Qin Xiang with alluring eyes, then laughed softly. "You can't have fallen for me, right? Little guy. Cough, cough." Qin Xiang coughed a few times. "Let's get down to business. What kind of deal do you have with Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord?" "Why do you care? Imperial concubine Lien chuckled. You should answer my previous question. Are you interested in me? If you are willing to obey me, I will reluctantly accept you. Qinxiang laughed. You are a stronger woman. Of course you would look down on me, a little fellow who isn't even AG. Oh, D. Oh, you aren't even in the realm of the Supreme G. Oh, Diet, but you're still able to cripple Ming Prince. If you had the realm of the Supreme G. Oh, D, wouldn't you be done for? Imperial concubine Lien approached Qinxiang, teasing him with the ends of her hair. You have a lot of potential. If he is able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Prince Ping now, he will definitely Serpa S him in the future. Fortunately, Qinxiang already had a lot of experience dealing with this kind of spirit. All right, I'm interested in you. For a demoness like you, it's hard to not be interested in you. Qinxiang laughed and also extended his hand to touch Imperial concubine Lien's jade face. Seeing Qinxiang touching her, her smile became even more enchanting. Just as Qinxiang was satisfied with his touch, Imperial concubine Lien opened his hands playfully and sat opposite him, giggling. Right now, the Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord has given up this divine nations for the sake of pursuing longevity. The deal between him and I is to tell him a clue to longevity, and then let him accept me as his concubine. That way, I can avoid being chased by my enemies. I gave birth to Jeaner back then, and I also found out that it was a very powerful force. In order to get rid of that force, I could only do this. Later on, Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord helped me destroy that power. Imperial concubine Lien sighed. But it's different now. I have great strength. I could have left. But Yulan is good to me, mother and daughter, so no matter if she can win the throne or not, I have to fight side by side with her. Qinxiang nodded. Don't you want to ask whose daughter Jeaner is? Imperial concubine Lien giggled. Your daughter. Qinxiang laughed. But I can only give birth to a daughter if I'm a man. Do you want to know who her father is? Imperial concubine Lien laughed. If you want to get to me, you have to eliminate Jeaner's biological father first. Qinxiang drank a cup of tea she poured and praised. It's so fragrant. Jeaner doesn't have a father. She is only your daughter. If my guess isn't wrong, you should be the undead heaven spirit, right? Imperial concubine Lien, who was happily teasing Qinxiang before, was now stunned. She did not expect Qinxiang to know her big secret. Only she knew this secret. She didn't even tell her daughter. You, how do you know? Imperial concubine Lien was stunned for a moment, and then asked in astonishment, How long has it been since you last returned to the Star Law Divine Realm? Qinxiang asked, I was born from an undead heaven spirit, a second-generation heavenly spirit. My mother has already died. After she gave birth to me, she never brought me back, and I also know that I am from the undead divine race. My mother also often told me about the various affairs of the undead divine race. The Imperial concubine Lien sighed. If you knew about the matter of the undead divine race, you should have known that she couldn't pass through that kind of calamity and die. Although she has already been reborn, I might not be able to find her. The undead divine race has been destroyed. Right now, the other clan members of the undead divine race are all searching for the undead heaven spirit. Qinxiang said, You have never gone back, and I wonder if you still care about the undead divine race. The entire clan was actually exterminated. Imperial concubine Lien was very shocked by this. I told Divine Cauldron Supreme, Lord, that his path of longevity lies with Star Law Divine Realm. If he goes now, didn't we fail? When Qinxiang heard Imperial concubine Lien mention the conditions for the Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord's exchange and his longevity, he was sure that the Imperial concubine Lien would use the undead divine race's secret method to exchange them. When Qinxiang heard Imperial concubine Lien mention the conditions for the Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord's exchange and his longevity, he was sure that the Imperial concubine Lien would use the undead divine race's secret method to exchange them. You don't have to worry. He went there to find out about some matters regarding the undead divine race. He will definitely understand you. Chunxiang said, "There are 2 seniors from the undead divine race right here. Whether you want to meet them or not, they have only come to tell you about the matters concerning the undead divine race, and do not necessarily have to force you to return. It's not that I don't want to return, it's that you should know about the situation here. Yulan needs my help. Furthermore, the undead divine race must have been destroyed by a powerful force because there's no point in going back now. When they find even more undead heaven spirit and undying battle G, oh DS, I will leave with them." Imperial concubine Lien sighed. Although she had never returned to undead divine race, she had been taught since young to love and cherish her clan. That was her roots. Now that she knew that such a situation had occurred in undead divine race, she also felt an indescribable pain in her heart. "I can see them." Then he opened the jade case Chinxiang had given her. Inside were 4 bone level Dan. "Or did you buy it from Prince Ping?" "I refined it." "Don't you dare speak of it." Chunxiang laughed. "This is an apology gift to you. What a small heart." "I don't need it right now. I plan to give it to Jeaner to use, so that she can condense her bones first." Although the imperial concubine Lien had a very high status, it was still not easy to purchase a bone-level Dan. This was something that the master and disciple of the great national master had given them a fixed amount to buy, and it was very difficult for her to obtain it. "Oh, right. Qinxiang, you are from 9 Heaven World. Do you know the 4 women Xue Xianxian, Lu Meng'er, Dongfang Xinyue, and Dongfang Jing?" Imperial concubine Lien asked. Chunxiang raised his brows. "Why are you asking this? Don't you guys want to investigate more about the 9 Heaven World? We're just interested in you and know a little about you. For example, you possess the heavenly alchemy and the demurdering sword techniques, so we don't know much about the rest of the matters, let alone the other people in 9 Heaven World. Have you ever heard of the names of these 4 women? They are all very powerful and have mastered the art of refining and setting up formations." The imperial concubine Lien said, "Yu Lan is trying to rope them in. She asked me to find a way to investigate the origins of these 4 women." Chen Xiang asked, "Did you bring the 4 women here?" "That's right. I brought my men over. Although the method is a little inappropriate, we did not mistreat them. It seems that they are very famous in the 9 Heaven World, and you also know about their disappearances." Imperial concubine Lien immediately laughed. "Quickly tell me about them. This way I won't have to go to 9 Heaven World anymore." "You asked the right person. In the 9 Heaven World, the person who knows them the best should be me." Qinxiang curled his lips. "That's great. Why do you know them so well? Have you ever pursued them? Seeing your expression, I can tell that you have been rejected by them." Imperial concubine Lien chuckled. "I have seen all 4 beauties before. They are indeed very beautiful with different tastes. You couldn't have all been rejected by them, hee. Chunxiang said snappily, "Xue Xianxian and Lu Meng'er are my wives. Dongfang Jing is my recognized sister. Dongfang Xinyue can also be considered my woman. The reason I came to Imperial 9 Palace is to find them. When Princess Yulan A.S. assured me that they were all right, I calmed down. Otherwise, I would have brought my master to attack your Jade Cauldron Palace a long time ago." Imperial concubine Lien, who was still laughing coquettishly, shouted in shock and disbelief, "Is this for real?" "Don't lie to me. If you don't believe it, ask them. Don't try to win them over. They're mine, and they have power to rely on. They will be doing great things in the future." Chunxiang curled his lips. "The person who kidnapped my wife was you. Well, I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to be so capable. No wonder you look down on my Jeaner. You don't even put him in your eyes." Imperial concubine Lien pursed her lips, her face carrying a trace of bitterness as she spoke in a pitiful manner. "I have always been a very capable person, all right? I told you before that if your Jeaner wanted to marry me, he would have to be ranked very far away. Qin Xiang laughed. Imperial concubine Lian, you took away my wife. Now it's your turn to apologize to me. How do you want them to apologize? Imperial concubine Lian squinted her charming phoenix eyes, carrying a shallow and charming smile. Her gentle voice made people go soft. She was currently displaying her charming charm to her heart's content to tease Qin Xiang. However, Qin Xiang did not accept her and directly handed her a piece of paper. Can you help me buy these few sets of medicinal ingredients? If there were, then there would have to be more. Elder sister Bai Feng shouldn't be as well connected as you are, so she won't be able to get her hands on it. Ha ha, you unromantic brat. Imperial concubine Lian spat a few times before taking the paper and saying with a frown, I have heard of these divine medicines, but they are all very expensive. Help me buy the Shen Yuan stone. I'll give it to you after you buy it. I don't have that many on me right now, so I need to go sell some of them. Qin Xiang said, How much does this portion cost? 10 billion Shen Yuan stone s the least. Don't worry, I won't scam your Shen Yuan stone. Imperial concubine Lian stuck out her tongue adorably and laughed. Are you planning to refine some kind of powerful divine pellet again? Is there any part of me when the time comes? You're not my woman. Of course you're not my woman. Qin Xiang snickered. Then wouldn't I have to be a woman? Do you want me? Imperial concubine Lian's eyes moved about. Her beautiful eyes flashed, looking straight at Qin Xiang with an extremely captivating gaze. I have to consult Xian Xian and elder sister Menger. Now that I can't see them, if you want to be my woman, you can ask them if they are willing. If they are willing, then forget about you, I'll take your daughter as well. Qin Xiang smirked. It seems like both of you have never been nourished by a man before. You're really bad. The imperial concubine Lian chuckled. I'll go find your wife later and tell them that you have an ulterior motive towards us. See how they plan to take care of you. Qin Xiang and imperial concubine Lian walked out of the secret room, and they had a very pleasant conversation. When Xiao Jeaner saw that Qin Xiang and imperial concubine Lian had walked out, he felt like they were good friends. Imperial concubine Lian, we will be taking our leave. If you don't have enough of those pills, just say H-E-L low to me. Qin Xiang said with a smile, then left the imperial concubine Lian palace with Xiao Baifeng. Inside the carriage, Xiao Baifeng looked at Qin Xiang with a strange gaze. Although she already knew Qin Xiang's true identity, Qin Xiang still gave her a very mysterious feeling, especially the secret conversations he had with Xiao Yulan, imperial concubine Lian, and Xiao Ping, which made her feel that Qin Xiang was hiding many things from her. Inside the carriage, Xiao Baifeng looked at Qin Xiang with a strange gaze. Although she already knew Qin Xiang's true identity, Qin Xiang still gave her a very mysterious feeling, especially the secret conversations he had with Xiao Yulan, imperial concubine Lian, and Xiao Ping, which made her feel that Qin Xiang was hiding many things from her. After being a female servant for so many years, she naturally understood that there were some things that she did not know. You are truly a resourceful person. The princess and the imperial concubine Lian are all obedient to you, especially the imperial concubine Lian. If someone told you that they wanted to give their daughter to you, no one would believe it. What Xiao Baifeng said was the truth. She admired Qin Xiang a lot right now. Qin Xiang smiled lightly. Without some tricks, how would I dare trace S into this Imperial 9 palace? Elder sister Baifeng, I know you are curious about a lot of things, but you don't have to worry. I'm just curious. It doesn't matter whether I know or not. To be honest, I do not wish for such a great battle to occur among the divine Cauldron Nation, to always have a new divine lord, and this divine Cauldron Nation will definitely lose a lot of strength. Xiao Baifeng said in a dejected tone, because she was a female servant by Xiao Yulan's side. She would definitely fight alongside Xiao Yulan at that time. She was not afraid of death. She just did not want to die like this. Not necessarily. Imperial concubine Lien was just worried that the worst would happen. She did not want Jeaner to implicate her. If you're afraid, I'll take you with me when the time comes. If I say it out loud, your princess will definitely agree to it. Chun Xiang laughed. You can come back in the future. I don't want to run away before the battle. The princess is my benefactor. Xiao Baifeng shook his head. Do you think that with your current strength, you will be of any help to your princess? If your cultivation is at the same level as the imperial concubine Lien, you won't be able to help at all. I think your princess would definitely want you to leave. Chun Xiang said. He knew that Xiao Yulan still had one more trump card. That is, to repair that mysterious cauldron well. Inside Xiao Baifeng's house sat a few people. Other than Huang Jintian, Huang Yantian, and Yang Tianyi, there was also a young man, and that man was Prince Xiaoping. His old follower was standing behind him. Chun Xiang was a little surprised that Xiaoping would actually come. Huang Jintian and the others were also chatting with Xiaoping. This pair of crazy brothers had lived for D knows how many years, had seen a lot, and had a lot of things to talk about. Your master and the others are truly amazing. No wonder they were able to bring up such a great disciple like you. When Xiaoping saw Chun Xiang, he immediately stood up and laughed. Chun Xiang only smiled and then said, Speak from inside. After all, Chun Xiang's master and seniors were all here, so it was somewhat impolite. However, when Chun Xiang returned, not only did he not greet his own master, he did not even put his own master in his eyes at all. Prince Ping, hurry up. Chun Xiang was already at the door of a room. Xiao Ping politely said to Huang Jintian and the others that he wanted to accompany them for a while, and then walked into that room. He now understood that Chun Xiang and his master were both very casual people, and did not care about etiquette at all. From this, he could tell that Chun Xiang and Huang Jintian's relations, H.I. plus P, was extremely deep. I have something important to do. Chun Xiang asked after seeing Xiao Ping lay down the barrier. It is more important. I have received news that after the large compet, tie-in, all the powers will start fighting. I never thought that our divine cauldron nation would be like the other divine nations in the end. Xiao Ping sighed. At that time, we'll be fighting at the very front of the pill refining compet. Tie-in. After the compet, tie-in is over, we will have to wait a few days to finish everything. If you're worried that you won't make it in time and that you won't get involved in this dispute, you'd better leave now. There's no time to leave until the compet. Tie-in is over. Chun Xiang also wanted to compete with Xiaoping again. I've already done quite a few preparations for this. But don't worry. When the time comes, I will definitely not let them harm you. I am neutral. It's fine to protect myself. Xiaoping patted Chun Xiang's shoulder and laughed. Then from now on, you should be at ease in your preparations. Moreover, when the time comes, you must use all of your strength. I've already planned to do that. You better prepare yourself. When the time comes, don't get humiliated and become angry because you are jealous of me. Then, you will become enemies with me. Chun Xiang laughed out loud. I have always been a very ruthless person when it comes to beating other people's heart. I will not show any mercy. Don't worry about this. I've already been hit hard by you once. Xiaoping also laughed loudly. Last time he saw Chun Xiang refine bone level Dan, it was indeed like that. Chun Xiang and Xiaoping walked out of the room. After Xiaoping and Huang Jintian bid their farewell, they hurriedly left with their old follower. The Imperial 9 Palace was going to fight, but not many people knew. Only the higher-ups knew. Chun Xiang was more worried about Xue Xianxian and the others. If they wanted to repair that cauldron, it would not be that fast. However, they were going to start fighting right now, which would definitely catch Xiao Yulan off guard. Elder sister Baifeng, bring my master and the others to see Imperial concubine Lien. I will refine pills. Chun Xiang planned to help Xiao Baifeng refine another 2 batches of bone-level Dan. Just take this guy with you. Old Yang and I are here. Huang Jintian yawned. When are you coming back? I'm preparing the barbecue. He'll be back soon. Just now, Chen Xiang had already sent a sound transmission to him and Huang Jintian, and had already confirmed that the imperial concubine Lian was indeed the undead heaven spirit. Xiao Baifeng didn't know why Huang Yantian wanted to see the imperial concubine Lian, but since Chen Xiang called it that, there must be a reason. Furthermore, Huang Yantian knew how to fortune-telling. She felt that the imperial concubine Lian must be something important. After Huang Yantian and Xiao Baifeng left, Yu hurriedly asked, "It seems like a lot of things have happened." Chun Xiang nodded his head. "The Imperial 9 Palace is about to start after the compet." Taiyan, I never expected that. Originally, I had thought that the Imperial 9 Palace would be different from the Ma. SSES. Why did they suddenly start fighting? Do you know why? Huang Jintian asked. Previously I said it was wrong, but now I suddenly said it was wrong. There must be a reason behind it. Because the 9 Divine Lord S left behind a huge treasure trove. Only those who have obtained the position of Emperor can obtain clues to the treasure trove. This news was just released a moment ago, so even the powerful Great National Master joined. Those Great National Master should be very clear about what's precious inside the treasure deposit. Chun Xiang said, "A treasure." Huang Jintian's eyes immediately lit up and laughed. "Seems like I need to stay here for a long time." Yue smiled sweetly. "Second Master Huang, out of the 9 divine nations S, there are 9 treasures. Which one can you go to?" "Little thing, quickly call me Grandpa. I am the big brother, that be Astar. D is the younger brother, he is the second master." Huang Jintian immediately shouted at Yue. Yue flew to Qin Xiang's palm, giggled, and said, "Second Master Huang, it's enough. Huang Yantian is a little older than you, and both of you are fortune-tellers. You too would definitely be able to figure it out." Yue flew to Qin Xiang's palm, giggled, and said, "Second Master Huang, it's enough. Huang Yantian is a little older than you, and both of you are fortune-tellers. You too would definitely be able to figure it out." I only broke my SHEL a bit later than him, but I'm stronger than him. So what's wrong with me being the big brother? Huang Jintian actually admitted that he was my little one, and he knew that Yue could see through it. "You 2 brothers can just send us back when the time comes. You will be in charge of investigating the treasures of the 9 Divine Lord S. Once this little scoundrel becomes stronger in 9 Heaven World, you can go with him to devour the treasures." Yue smiled. "If we can do it, we won't wait for you. We'll just take it." Huang Jintian also knew about Chen Xiang's methods. If it was really difficult to get hold of, they wouldn't dare take the risk. Yang Tianyi laughed. "It's already very difficult to find the treasures of the Divine Lord, let alone take them away. I'm going to forge pills. Continue chatting." When Chen Xiang arrived at the underground secret room, he estimated the quality of the bone-level Dan that Xiao Baifeng had said he needed and then began to refine it. Xiao Baifeng still needed low-ranked bone-level Dan, but the quality had to be improved a little, thus requiring him to fuse a large number of medicine auras. Originally, he had to produce 4 pills in 1 furnace, but he controlled one now, and he had refined a total of 5 batches, which took 2 hours. After Qin Xiang exited the secret room, he discovered that it was very quiet outside. He arrived at the courtyard, and only the smell of meat remained. "Where are my master and the others?" Qin Xiang asked. "They've left. You should have a message talisman to contact them, right? They said that they would send a message whenever they have something to do, and they're still in the divine Tripod City." Yue said. Xiao Baifeng brought over a big plate of roasted meat that she had just left for Qin Xiang. "Elder sister Baifeng, you are so nice." Chen Xiang giggled, then ate the delicious barbecue. Huang Yantian should have already discussed this with Imperial concubine Lian, so he didn't plan to stay here any longer. After Qin Xiang finished eating, he took out a small jade case and set it to Xiao Baifeng. Elder sister Baifeng, these are 5 bone level Dan. They should be suitable for you to use now. You will guide elder sister Baifeng to cultivate his bones. I need to find Princess Yulan. Can she? Xiao Baifeng was a little surprised. She's amazing, although she's just a cute little kitten. If she goes all out, she'll still get killed. Qin Xiang rubbed Yuer's fluffy little belly, causing her to meow. Do you know the way? Just as Xiao Baifeng finished asking, Qin Xiang had already walked out. She did not know that Qin Xiang had already gotten a very detailed map from the beginning. Qin Xiang quickly arrived at Xiao Yulan's manor, and because he coincidentally encountered Xiao Hongke coming out from it, Xiao Hongke brought him in. I've already informed the princess that she will be coming out soon. You have to be patient. I still have things I need to do, so I can't wait on you anymore. Xiao Hongke smiled gently and sweetly at Qin Xiang, because Qin Xiang had a good relations. I+P with Xiao Baifeng and also obtained Xiao Yulan's acknowledgement. Xiao Hongke was very courteous to him as well. Sister Hongke is being too polite. Qin Xiang replied with a smile. Not long after Xiao Hongke left, Qin Xiang stood at the entrance and looked at the mountain not far away, which was where Xue Xianxian and the rest were. Just then, Xiao Yulan walked out from a secret room. She saw Qin Xiang looking at the mountain with extreme concentration, and couldn't help but be shocked. She never expected Qin Xiang to know that Xue Xianxian and the rest were over there. How do you know? Xiao Yulan asked. She was wearing a purple loose dress, and when she walked out, the fragrance was in the air, showing that she had just finished cultivating in the secret room and had even took a quick shower. Warm Moon and I have master-servant contract. As long as we get close, I can feel it. Qin Xiang sighed. It could be seen that he was extremely worried about Xue Xianxian and the others. I'm sorry. Seeing Qin Xiang like this, Xiao Yulan said guiltily, I really need their help. I know. Is it convenient to talk here? Qin Xiang looked around. Follow me. Xiao Yulan brought Qin Xiang into her room. Qin Xiang sat on a comfortable chair and looked around. He wanted to see what Jade Cauldron Divine King's room looked like, so he could understand Xiao Yulan better. Do you always look around in other people's rooms like that? Xiao Yulan smiled as he brought Qin Xiang something to drink. Although she was a princess and a Jade Cauldron Divine King, she was still very polite to Qin Xiang. After all, Qin Xiang's wives had worked hard to do important things for her. Only your room. Qin Xiang laughed, then said with a stern face, Princess Yulan, I know what you want my wife to do. Are you going to repair that cauldron? Xiao Yulan was silent for a moment, then nodded. How did you know? Only 3 people know about this. Me, Hongke, and Imperial Concubine Lian. Were you told by Imperial Concubine Lian? I know you went to see Imperial Concubine Lian today. No, it's Big Brother Songhai. Qin Xiang said he deduced it because he had heard about this cauldron before. Heavenly Divine, Lord told him. When this cauldron was damaged, it was completely destroyed. My father gave it to me that year, and I took it out to play with it. Indeed, he saw it before. I didn't think that he would actually know about this as well. Xiao Yulan was a little puzzled. How did Heavenly Divine Lord know? I thought only my royal father and I knew about this cauldron, and Hongke and Imperial Concubine Lian only knew that I was looking for someone to repair this cauldron. Xiao Yulan actually didn't know about the conflict between Divine Cauldron Supreme Lordess. Then how did you know to look for Xianxian and the others to fix it? Qin Xiang was also very confused. If Xiao Yulan didn't know that this cauldron was related to the Heavenly Divine Lord, then how could she be sure that she would be able to find Xue Xianxian and the others to repair it? I told Imperial Concubine Lian to figure it out, and she figured out which ones could be repaired before she headed towards 9 Heaven World. Xiao Yulan said, this Imperial Concubine Lian was a 2nd-generation heavenly spirit. she was also nurtured by the undead heaven spirit. Previously, Huang Jintian and the others said that if it was born from the undead heaven spirit, it would be either the undying battle god or a sky spill master. That imperial concubine Lien was clearly a sky spill master. That cauldron was actually damaged during the battle between Heavenly Divine Lord and your royal father. At that time, the Heavenly Divine Lord was filled with guilt, and after that he devoted himself to researching how to repair the cauldron, as well as gathering materials from all over. Furthermore, he recorded everything that happened in one of the books that I obtained and gave it to Xian Xian and the others. Qin Xiang said, "In the past, the Heavenly Divine Lord already had the ability to repair it, but it was destroyed." Speaking of which, Qin Xiang recalled something else and said, "During the battle between Heavenly Divine Lord and your royal father, it was because his most powerful heavenly magic sword was also damaged. So it was one of the reasons that caused the destruction of the ninth heaven's divine nations. Furthermore, your royal father was the only one who knew that his divine sword was damaged and their relations. I plus P was not bad. They should not have done such a thing. At that time, the Heavenly Divine Lord was also going to help your royal father repair that cauldron." Following that, Qin Xiang told Xiao Yulan everything in detail. "My royal father has never told me about such a thing." After Xiao Yulan heard this, he was very surprised. "He only told me that everything was within this cauldron. He also said that as long as that cauldron can be repaired, I will definitely be able to control the divine cauldronation." Even Xiao Yulan did not know about this, so all of the secret was hidden inside that cauldron. Only when the cauldron was fully repaired would Qin Xiang and Xiao Yulan know the secret behind it. Only when the cauldron was fully repaired would Qin Xiang and Xiao Yulan know the secret behind it. "Princess Yulan, the war is about to start. When that happens, will Xian Xian and the rest be able to recover? There's not much time left. With how powerful that cauldron is, it won't be easy to fix it." Qin Xiang asked. This was also something he was more concerned about. "You don't have to worry about that. I've already made my plans. If I can't fix it, I'll have other plans when the time comes." Xiao Yulan never thought that the situation would change so quickly. If not for the news of the divine nations' treasures suddenly appearing, those great national master would not have come in and caused such a ruckus. Qin Xiang also hoped that Xiao Yulan could become the divine lord of divine lord. At that time, when the 9 heaven world annexed the Super G, D realm, he would be able to avoid being surrounded and attacked by other forces. Xiao Yulan knew what Qin Xiang was worried about, so she had to guarantee the safety of and the others. Whether or not she could turn the tables around would depend on whether or not the cauldron could be repaired. Qin Xiang left Xiao Yulan's residence. When he returned, the courtyard house was extremely quiet. Xiao Baifeng was currently cultivating the second bones, while Yue was at the side guiding her. He took out a portion of the 9 yin and yang dan's divine medicine and thought about it, then shook his head. He was worried that if he refined this 9 yin and yang dan, he would fall into a state of obsession very soon. Qin Xiang sat alone in the hall. He didn't know what he was doing now. The bone-level dan's medicinal ingredients were all finished concocting, and he didn't have any with him, so he could only wait for Xiao Baifeng to come out. During the night, Qin Xiang suddenly smelled a fragrant wind. It was Imperial concubine Lien. In the middle of the night, Qin Xiang couldn't help but think that the charming spirit demon had suddenly come to him. "This is the divine medicine that you asked me to buy today. I've got it." Imperial concubine Lien handed over a large jade box to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang took a look and confirmed that all of the divine medicines that the Heaven D Fire Dan required were correct. He nodded his head in satisfaction. 10 billion Xin, Yuan stone. Imperial concubine Lien reached out her jade hand, asking for it from Qin Xiang. "I don't have it right now. I'll give it to you in a few days and help me purchase these divine medicines." Qin Xiang put away the jade box and laughed. "You little devil. I'm really worried that you will screw over my Xin Yuan stone. Their Shenyuan stone have all been ACCU. Mulet over the years, don't lie to me. Imperial concubine Lien did not expect Qinxiang to continue delaying. If she did not know that Qinxiang could refine bone-level Dan, she would have used her strength to force Qinxiang to give her the divine medicine. What are you afraid of? My luck is still pretty good. I just don't have it right now. I'll just wait for elder sister Bai Feng to come out of closed-door cultivation. You just have to wait for a few more days. Then I'll give you some interest. Qinxiang changed the topic and asked, have you helped Jiner cultivate his bones yet? It requires a person to guide her by the side. Seeing how weak she is, will she be able to endure that kind of pain? Imperial concubine Lien smiled. Don't underestimate my Jiner, even though she doesn't seem to know anything. She is someone that I, as an undead heaven spirit, have spent 100 years nurturing, and she is definitely not weak. She is an indestructible G. Oh, D of War. She will not suffer when she condenses bones. Qinxiang's brows twitched. It's really not fair. My bones is so painful that I want to die. She actually doesn't have any pain. Isn't it? This was the power of the undying battle G. Odie. In addition, there was an even more powerful force. However, she still needs the help of the bone-level Dan in order to condense her bones. Imperial concubine Lien felt that her idea of letting Xiao Jiner follow Qinxiang was even more correct. Previously, she didn't know that Qinxiang knew how to refine bone-level Dan, but now that she knew, she was even more happy. Can you spare those 10 billion Shenyuan stone? Qinxiang laughed. Next, help me buy a few more of those divine medicines, and you don't need my Shenyuan stone S either. I will buy all of your daughter's bone-level Dan S. Dozens of billions of Shenyuan stone. I also want to keep some people to buy things for me. If I really have a lot, then I don't really care, but I'm not as rich as you think. Imperial concubine Lien stuck out his tongue. Anyway, you're so good at refining 5 elements, Dan, so it won't be long before you earn it back. All right. I'm going to start concocting pills. Qinxiang received a portion of the Heaven G. Oh, D-Fire Dan's divine medicine and impatiently wanted to refine it. Imperial concubine Lien smiled coquettishly as she said a few words to him, then hurriedly left Xiao Baifeng's house. Qinxiang came to the underground secret room and took out the pill furnace Shui Xianxian and the others gave him. Right now, he was refining the more precious Heaven G. Oh, D-Fire Dan among the Shangping Dan. So he had to be more serious. Is this thing really helpful in condensing divine deity? Even these divine medicines were ridiculously expensive. If they were sold, wouldn't that amount to tens of billions? Qinxiang looked at the red flowers, fruits, leaves, and GRA. S in the jade box. These were all flowers and leaves formed by the divine fire spirit tree and the GRA. S grew under it. It's definitely not wild. Qinxiang took a look, although the quality was good. It lacked a bit of natural spiritual energy and said, if you want to use a live slain method to copy, it seems to require a large amount of purple pearls. Even though he had failed 10 times with that 9 and Yangdan before, it gave him a lot of experience. Adding to the fact that he had successfully refined the Spirit Soul 5 Elements Dan, his control over it had improved a lot. A pot is ready. Qinxiang placed all the divine medicines into the pill furnace, released the flames, and started to refine them. The Heaven G. Oh, D-Fire Dan's 4 divine medicines all came from the divine fire spirit tree, so they could resist strong burning flames. If it was someone else's flame, it would be very difficult to quickly refine it. But Qinxiang's flames were different. His Chuangzhao fire had a strong solubility, so even if it was a divine medicine that was very resistant to heat, it would be quickly broken under his full strength of flames. He had refined a mutated Tianhui Dan before, and it was a smart one at that. So the pressure on him wasn't too great when he refined this kind of Shangping Dan. It's harder to refine than normal Tianhui Dan, but it's about the same as a spiritual light Tianhui Dan. Qinxiang was immediately full of confidence in himself. He used the spirit strengthening technique and the original source refining to refine it according to the method he used to refine the Tianhui Dan. It would be difficult to refine a heaven G, D fire Dan with spiritual light, but I have to try. Qin Xiang used half a day's worth of time to smoothly progress to the later stages. Now he had successfully refined the divine medicine and fused it together. After the Shangping Dan refines and fuses with it, it will turn into a medicinal liquid, and it won't be the same as the previous medicine aura. Qin Xiang used his Dao heart to gaze at the large Ma, S of fiery-like liquid. With a thought, he cut it into 4 parts. If he started to concoct pills, he would be able to concoct for Heaven G, D fire Dan very quickly. However, he was not satisfied with it. Qin Xiang did not immediately start to concoct the divine spiritual pill, but chose to rest for an hour instead. Qin Xiang did not immediately start to concoct the divine spiritual pill, but chose to rest for an hour instead. After resting, he checked the pill furnace to ensure that it had sufficient resistance to prevent it from exploding. It's about time. Qin Xiang took a deep breath and controlled the 4 clumps of fiery red medicinal liquid inside the pill furnace to move further and further away. After reaching a certain distance, he suddenly activated his strong mental power and controlled the 4 clumps of medicinal liquid to attack each other as fast as lightning. Boo! At the moment of impact, an extremely terrifying vibration was released from the pill furnace, causing it to violently tremble. Xiao Baifeng's house also started to shake. Almost finished. Qin Xiang looked at the clump of medicinal liquid inside the pill furnace that was emitting a reddish-gold glow and let out a light sigh. This won't be considered as a complete success. The reason why there was such a huge explosion just now was because he wasn't able to control himself during the impact, causing a large amount of medicinal liquid to turn into energy and radiate outwards. Hence, the amount of medicinal liquid in the pill furnace was very small, only enough for him to form 2 divine pills. He had underestimated the explosive force of the impact, causing him to lose a lot of medicinal strength. Otherwise, the amount of medicinal liquid inside the pill furnace would have been even greater. This Heaven G, D Fire Dan is so much stronger than the Tianhui Dan. Qin Xiang sighed. He had almost lost control earlier, and the pill furnace would have exploded because of that. The quality of this pill furnace was not bad. It was considered a pretty good divine tool. However, after the explosion just now, it was slightly damaged. The process of condensing a pill was extremely difficult, much more difficult than Qin Xiang had imagined. It's hard to stick together. Qin Xiang tried hard for a few hours, but he was still only able to compress the 2 lumps of medicinal liquid slightly. Infinite refining fused them for me. Qin Xiang used the heavenly alchemy technique with all his might and only saw the 2 clumps of medicinal liquid slowly spin and shrink. And by the time he refined the medicinal liquid into pills, an entire day had already passed. He took 2 days to refine this batch of Heaven G, D Fire Dan. When he walked out of the underground secret room, Xiao Baifeng and Yuer were both in the hall. Have you condensed the second bones yet? Qin Xiang asked. At the moment, he looked very haggard. The Heaven G, D Fire Dan as he refined made him very tired. I succeeded. What about you? What kind of incredible pill do you want to forge? Xiao Baifeng smiled and nodded. Both she and Yuer could feel the fluctuations earlier. Heaven G, D Fire Dan, of course it's a success. I'll go and rest first, it's just too tiring. After Qin Xiang said this, he did not wash his body, but went straight back to his room and lied down, falling into a deep sleep. Just as he fell asleep, Imperial concubine Lian, who was dressed, simply came over. She had already come over once yesterday, but she did not see anyone here. Where's the kid? When Imperial concubine Lian entered, he did not see Qin Xiang. He just finished refining the pill and went to sleep. What can I do for him? Xiao Baifeng looked at the room that was still open. He's already asleep. He asked me to buy a set of ingredients for the divine pill, and I already bought one for him 2 days ago. The imperial concubine Lian gave Xiao Baifeng a jade box. Tell him that he owes me another 10 billion Shen yuan stone. With that, the imperial concubine Lian left in a hurry. This is the Heaven Ji. Oh, D-Fire Dan's divine medicine. Imperial concubine Lian is really powerful. He could actually buy 2 of these so quickly. Just a moment ago, she was wondering how Qin Xiang had gotten the Heaven Ji. Oh, D-Fire Dan's divine medicine. But now she understood. Yue laughed. Elder Sister Baifeng, you should go and get some 5 elements Dan's divine medicine for him now. He owes imperial concubine Lian 20 billion Shen yuan stone. Right now, it was best to buy the 5 elements Dan's divine medicine. Moreover, it was relatively cheaper. Even if he refined a batch of 5 elements Dan, he would only be able to sell it for 30 million. If he wanted to gather 20 million, he would need to refine a lot of batches of Shen yuan stone, and it would take quite a bit of time. Xiao Baifeng said, looks like he can only refine bone level Dan S to sell. Intermediate rank bone level Dan can sell for 7 or 8 billion. How many can he refine in one furnace? Xiao Baifeng touched Yue. 6 pills. Yue said, last time, Qin Xiang had only been able to refine for Zhongping bone level Dan, but that was the first time he had done so. This startled Xiao Baifeng. Intermediate quality bone level Dan S could not get much per set, but it could be sold for that much. Xiao Baifeng said, looks like I can get imperial concubine Lian to help me sell them. If I have 6 of them, I can sell them for at least 400 billion. Only imperial concubine Lian can sell them for this kind of method, so I might be able to sell them even more. She knew that Qin Xiang was in a hurry, so she decided to let Qin Xiang refine Zhongping Danes to sell. Thus, she immediately bought the bone level Dan's divine medicine. Qin Xiang still had the Zhongping bone level Dan's divine medicine in his hands, but she thought Qin Xiang had used it all up. When Qin Xiang woke up, it was already noon of the second day. She was given to you by the imperial concubine Lian. She said that you owe her another 10 billion Shen yuan stone. Xiao Baifeng gave a jade box to Qin Xiang. After Qin Xiang accepted it, he looked inside and saw the Heaven Ji. Oh, D-Fire Dan's divine medicine. He nodded. How? Qin Xiang frowned. Sell the Zhongping bone level Dan. Give it to imperial concubine Lian to sell. Xiao Baifeng said, you better go and find her now. She used 20 billion Shen yuan stone S, and probably won't have much left. Qin Xiang still had 3 bone level Dan S in his hands. Last time he had tried to refine 4 pills in a furnace and ate one for himself. But because his physical body could not keep up with the pills, he was unable to condense a bone level Dan. I'll go find her now. Qin Xiang said as he took the storage bag that Xiao Baifeng handed over. There were 10 batches of Zhongping bone level Dan's medicinal ingredients inside. Xiao Baifeng drove Qin Xiang to imperial concubine Lian's residence. When the imperial concubine Lian saw Qin Xiang arriving, he asked while grinning, did you come to return the Shen yuan stone? No. Qin Xiang laughed. I haven't seen imperial concubine Lian for 2 days. My heart was filled with longing, so I came to take a look. Is that not okay? Brat, I only have about 10 billion Shen yuan stone left. Hurry and return my Shen yuan stone. Imperial concubine Lian pouted. Xiao Baifeng never thought that Qin Xiang's relations, H-I plus P with the imperial concubine Lian, would actually be so close, to actually dare to use words to tease the latter. Qin Xiang walked into the imperial concubine Lian's room while grinning. Originally, Xiao Baifeng wanted to stop her without her permission, but Qin Xiang pulled her and stepped into the room. Imperial concubine Lian also knew that Qin Xiang had some secret things that he needed to discuss with her. If you have something to say, just say it. I'll find Yulan and borrow the Shen yuan stone to buy the divine medicine for you. Imperial concubine Lien was currently trying his best to please Chen Xiang, the alchemist who knew how to refine bone-level Dan. There's no need to borrow from her. Chen Xiang sat on her soft bed and tried to bounce off her, causing Imperial concubine Lien to snort. There are 3 Zhongping bone-level Dan-s. Chen Xiang took out a jade box and casually threw it towards Imperial concubine Lien. There are 3 Zhongping bone-level Dan-s. Chen Xiang took out a jade box and casually threw it towards Imperial concubine Lien. What? When the Imperial concubine Lien heard that it was a Zhongping bone-level Dan, she immediately took it in carefully as if it was a treasure. She opened it to take a look, and sure enough, there were 3 high-quality Zhongping bone-level Dan-s. It's not like it's difficult. How much can you sell it for? Chen Xiang laughed. Do you have enough to return your 20 billion? Enough is enough. There's still more. Imperial concubine Lien hurriedly said. Are you really willing to sell this kind of thing? Chen Xiang would never tell her that he could still refine many more Zhongping bone-level Dan. Of course I can. I can't bear the beautiful Imperial concubine Lien borrowing Xinyuan stone everywhere. Chen Xiang laughed. All right, just sell it. Give the extra to elder sister Bai Feng. I'm going back to cultivate. Just as Chen Xiang walked to the door, Imperial concubine Lien grabbed onto his hand. Chen Xiang could feel her soft and warm hands and couldn't help but pinch. Do you have a lot of these Zhongping bone-level Dan? I'm not willing to sell it. Imperial concubine Lien asked. Not much, but it's not that hard to get. Sell it quickly. Chen Xiang urgently needed the Heaven Ji. Oh, D-Fire Dan. Xiao, Bai Feng said. Imperial concubine Lien, you don't have to worry. Zhongping bone-level Dan are easier to obtain for him. Imperial concubine Lien nodded his head. You guys can go back first. I will settle this quickly. Chen Xiang and Xiao Bai Feng went back, while Imperial concubine Lien went to look for Xiao Yulan immediately. Xiao Yulan looked at the 3 Zhongping bone-level Dan-s inside the jade box and gently frowned. This Chen Xiang is really much more terrifying than I thought he was. He actually took out 3 Zhongping bone-level Dan-s to sell. Luckily, he did not let Bai Feng handle the matter, and he definitely does not know what kind of sensation these 3 Zhongping bone-level Dan-s would create if they were to sell. So that's why I came to find you. How many Xinyuan stone do you plan to accept? What he needs now are divine medicines. I have already helped him buy 2 Shangping medicines, and one of them is worth more than 10 billion. Who knows what kind of divine pellets he is playing with? Imperial concubine Lien leaned against a chair, her hand supporting her cheeks. He already gave me a few shopping bone-level Dan-s earlier. Judging from his appearance, these bone-level Dan-s are like beans in his eyes. Maybe he even gave a few to Bai Feng girl. 10 billion pills, I'll buy it. Xiao Yulan laughed lightly. You need 1,200,000 Xinyuan stone to sell to the great national master. No wonder you are so willing to give Jeaner to him. This brat is truly amazing. Humph, there are a lot of women by his side. Xue Xianxian and the rest definitely are. And this guy is even interested in us, mother and daughter. You should be careful of Yulan. After saying that, Imperial concubine Lien began to giggle. This brat is not someone who is easy to deal with. Your little girl, White Phoenix, is now his. Chen Xiang returned to the secret room and immediately refined a batch of Zhongping bone-level Dan. He only managed to refine 5 pills, but the refining speed had increased by a lot. Heaven Ji. Oh, D-Fire Dan. I hope it will be of great help to me. Chen Xiang looked at the fiery red pill in his hand. This Heaven Ji. Oh, D-Fire Dan was extremely beautiful, like a red gem, with many faint white, glowing patterns on the surface. After eating this Heaven Ji, oh, D-Fire Dan, the medicinal power quickly erupted, and a wave of warmth immediately caused Chen Xiang's body to feel as if it was being burned by fire, but he did not feel hot at all. This Heaven Ji. Oh, D-Fire Dan was here to help condense divine deity, So after he consumed it, he channeled his heavenly alchemy and refined the medicinal power. At the same time he refined the medicinal power, the yang energy in the surroundings immediately entered his body. In just an hour, all of the yang energy in Jade Cauldron Palace was gushed towards Qinxiang. Even the powerful light released by the blazing sun in the sky was unavoidable, all of the yang energy being absorbed by Qinxiang. When the imperial concubine Lian and Xiao Yulan were discussing and felt the power of the supreme yang rush towards one direction, they both had the same thought. So that's how it is. The divine medicine this kid asked me to buy earlier was actually used to refine Heaven G. Oh, D-Fire Dan! Weird. Why would Prince Ping give this pill formula to him? Imperial concubine Lian said, could it be that the Bone Level Dan's pill formula was given by Prince Ping as well? Xiao Yulan frowned. It's possible. Qinxiang has heavenly alchemy. Maybe he used it to exchange for the Bone Level Dan's pill formulas. After saying that, Xiao Yulan denied his own words. That's not right, because the White Phoenix has been helping Qinxiang by the divine medicine for a long time now, and the divine medicine must have contained Bone Level Dan S. Although she did it in secret, it can't be hidden from me. He should have obtained the Bone Level Dan's pill formula very early on. The Heaven G. Oh, D-Fire Dan is a very strong Shangping Dan. He hasn't even reached the Supreme G. Oh, D-Realm yet. Is he really able to handle it? Imperial concubine Lian looked in Qinxiang's direction. Forget it. Let's ignore him and continue. Xiao, Baifeng, and Yue were right above the secret room, so they felt it the most obvious. However, Qinxiang didn't feel anything. He only felt that he was soaking in very comfortable hot water, and that he was sleeping comfortably. The comfortable hot water continued to rain down on his body, and as he circulated his energy, it burrowed into the inside of his body, causing him to feel very comfortable. This was only his current feeling, and at this moment he was wrapped up by a ball of white Supreme Yang energy, and this ball of Supreme Yang energy crazily drilled into his body and entered his divine sensi. He has condensed his divine deity. Qinxiang looked at the divine deity which divine sensi had just condensed and was extremely excited. This divine deity is as formidable as the one before. This was also the flame divine deity. All that was left was the divine soul. How long has it been used for? Qinxiang had never been able to condense divine deity so comfortably before, so he ate another Heaven G. Oh, D-Fire Dan. This time what he condensed was the divine soul within his divine deity, and he needed a Heaven G. Oh, D-Fire Dan in order to do so. 2 Heaven G. Oh, D-Fire Dan S allowed him to condense one divine deity and one divine soul. When he walked out of the secret room, only Yue was there. There are only 2 days before the start of the compet. Wan Tian, I thought that you wouldn't be able to come out. Yue laughed. How are the Heaven G. Oh, D-Fire Dan's effects? Very good. I already have 7 divine deity now. Relying on this Heaven G. Oh, D-Fire Dan, I can quickly become a Supreme G. Oh, D. Qinxiang grabbed Yue and placed her on his palm to tease her. He liked to pinch Yue's soft and fluffy stomach the most, and Yue didn't like him to do that the most. Where's the elder sister Baifeng? Qinxiang asked. I went to buy the Bone Level Dan's medicinal ingredients for you. She had been busy with this for the past few days because she knew that it wouldn't be that easy to obtain the divine medicine after you went back. Yue said, right now, the situation is very tense. When Imperial concubine Lian came over earlier, she had already made elder sister Baifeng ready to fight at any time, and she is also very anxious for her daughter. She couldn't wait for you to bring Jeaner to 9 Heaven World for shelter right now. As the war neared, but the situation was not settled, Qinxiang was also very worried because they did not know if they could successfully repair that cauldron. If they did not, how would Xiao Yulan be able to handle this matter? He had to bring Xue Xianxian and the others back before the great battle. As the war neared, but the situation was not settled, Qinxiang was also very worried because they did not know if they could successfully repair that cauldron. If they did not, How would Xiao Yulan be able to handle this matter? He had to bring Xue Xianxian and the others back before the great battle. Chen Xiang didn't plan to do anything else at this moment either. He needed to rest well for the next 2 days so that he could have a good time to compete with Xiao Ping. Xiao Baifeng returned after busying an entire day and only saw him when the sky was almost dark. 50 batches of Zhongping bone level Dan's medicine and 10 of high quality. The Heaven Ji, D Fire Dan's medicine are all at Imperial Concubine Lian's place. Xiao Baifeng knew that Chen Xiang would leave after the compet. 1. Taiyan. So she wanted to do something for him. Thank you. Chen Xiang looked at the ingredients and smiled at Xiao Baifeng. I can cultivate 2 bones now, which can help me break through my future bottlenecks, not to mention, this is using your Xin Yuan stone. Imperial Concubine Lian sold the 3 bone level Danes that you gave her for 30 billion. Xiao Baifeng laughed. Although I haven't been with you for a long time, I'm actually very happy. Elder sister Baifeng, come with me when the time comes. Chun Xiang said, if you can't help Princess Yulan here, you might as well come back with me. Xiao Baifeng had the same thought as well, but in the end, she still decided to stay. She shook her head and said, the princess has treated me with such kindness, and I want to be with her, sighed. At this time, Imperial Concubine Lin walked in, and at this moment, she could enter and exit Xiao Baifeng's house at will. Her relations, H.I.+P with Xiao Baifeng had also become very good. When Imperial Concubine Lian arrived, she was still bringing along the shy and innocent Xiao Jiner. Seeing Chen Xiang looking at her with a smile on his face, she immediately blushed, as if her face was about to bleed. Brat, shut your eyes. Although the Imperial Concubine Lian scolded you, her charming face was also full of smiles. I shall leave Jiner with you. You two should get familiar with her properly during these 2 days, so that she won't be afraid of you when the time comes. 6 sets of Heaven Ji. D Fire Dan's divine medicine. Imperial Concubine Lian threw a storage bag to Qin Xiang. She already knew that the herbs Chen Xiang bought were Heaven Ji. D Fire Danes. Qin Xiang took it and looked it over, then asked, how do you know I refined Heaven Ji? D Fire Dan! You've been through the winter these days. It's hard for you not to know. Imperial Concubine Lian reached out her jade hand and laughed. This is worth 60 billion, and it was even Yulan who came out of the Shen Yuan stone to help you buy it. But I did not give it to you for nothing. Take it. There's only this much for now. Qin Xiang had long since refined a batch of Zhongping bone level Danes, even though he only produced 5. Do you want to come with me to meet Yulan? Imperial Concubine Lian looked at the 5 Zhongping bone level Dan. She was now certain that this bone level Dan was not important in Chen Xiang's eyes at all, and she was also very curious about how many bones Chen Xiang had cultivated. I was just about to go look for her. Chun Xiang nodded. Inside the secret room in Xiao Yulan's residence, the Imperial Concubine Lian had finished pouring tea for Qin Xiang and the others before exiting the secret room. Qin Xiang drank a mouthful of tea and then asked, Princess Yulan, when will Xian Xian and the others be able to follow me? Xiao Yulan looked very sad at the moment. She didn't have the usual gentle and approachable smile. She faintly sighed. You can bring them along after the compet. 1 Taiyan. Has the cauldron been repaired yet? Chun Xiang asked again. He did not want Xiao Yulan to lose in the battle either. Xiao Yulan shook his head. The materials required already exceeded my expectations, although he gathered all of the required materials a few days ago. But then something happened again. Although Heavenly Divine Lord produced the repair blueprints, he did not try it himself. When Xian Xian and the others started to fix it, they encountered many troublesome problems. Although they had the ability to solve them, it was too late. What a pity. Qin Xiang also sighed. Chen Xiang, I've been thinking about something important these past few days. Xiao Yulan suddenly looked at Qin Xiang very seriously, his expression extremely solemn. Can I trust you or not? That's up to you. However, I can tell you with certainty that you can completely trust me. Qin Xiang said very seriously. I plan to have Xian Xian and the others take that cauldron back to the 9 heaven world to fix it. Xiao Yulan looked into Qin Xiang's eyes, and at the same time, she gave Qin Xiang a huge pressure. This is the most important thing to my royal father. The reason why my royal father can become a divine lord is because of this cauldron. I know. Qin Xiang was extremely shocked in his heart. Xiao Yulan actually made such a huge decision. I don't want this cauldron to fall into the hands of others, so you have to help me take care of it. If I die, you must use this cauldron to help me take revenge. If I am still alive, then when you see me again in the future, you must return it to me. Xiao Yulan said, I am not really familiar with you, but after these few days of being together with Xian Xian and the others, my intuition tells me that I can trust you. Qin Xiang nodded. Don't worry, I promise. In the future, I will also need a strong divine nations as a backing. I hope that you can win this battle. Qin Xiang did not know much about the powers in the Imperial 9 Palace, but seeing that Xiao Yulan did not have much confidence right now, he knew how powerful Xiao Yulan's enemies were. I'll bring you to see Xian Xian and the others. They were previously busy, but during this month they did not rest once, so seeing them so tired made my heart ache. I also advised them to rest once, but they knew that this cauldron is very important to me, so they helped me fix it day and night. Xiao Yulan brought Qin Xiang into another secret room, where there was a transmission array. I really let them down by abducting them like that, but they still helped me. Xiao Yulan said guiltily, It's also because of them that I decided to let them bring this cauldron back to repair it. Qin Xiang laughed. Since you can make them help you day and night, it looks like they have a lot of trust in you. Xiao Yulan opened her transmission array and brought Qin Xiang to another stone room. She smiled lightly. You're pretty amazing, too, to be able to make them become loyal to you. Qin Xiang laughed proudly. The women by my side are not only powerful, there are also many that are very scary. After walking out of the stone room, Qin Xiang arrived at a very spacious hall. It was extremely hot here, and there were a few extremely large stoves burning in flames. And in the middle of these stoves, there was a 3-legged round cauldron that was as big as a small mountain. Shui Xian Xian and the rest were looking at the blueprints below the stoves, but they did not realize that Qin Xiang and Xiao Yulan had arrived. Qin Xiang looked at the cauldron carefully. The color was green, and it looked like a bronze cauldron, but no damage could be seen. Other than the size of the cauldron, there was nothing else that made people think that this cauldron was powerful. Qin Xiang looked at the cauldron carefully. The color was green, and it looked like a bronze cauldron, but no damage could be seen. Other than the size of the cauldron, there was nothing else that made people think that this cauldron was powerful. Where is it broken? Qin Xiang walked over and asked. When Shui Xian Xian and the others heard Qin Xiang's voice, they immediately looked over. Brother, why are you here? Dongfang Jing hurriedly asked, smiling sweetly at Qin Xiang. A big part of it was originally broken on the outside, but now we have repaired it. But the worst of it is the inside. Lu Menger sighed. Although it can be repaired, it will take a long time. Qin Xiang came to the bottom of the cauldron and touched the pillar-sized cauldron foot and immediately frowned. What a familiar energy! What is this energy? Xiao Yulan was shocked and immediately asked, I still can't figure out what kind of energy this is. Shui Xian Xian said, This type of energy is extremely strange, as if it was formed by containing all the elemental energy in the world. Dongfang Xinyuan nodded his head. I tried to absorb a little bit. There are all kinds of attributed energy, but this requires a body to have the ability to control all sorts of attributed energy. If one knows how to use the power of SPAC, they can also transform this energy into a very strong power of SPAC. This is the 6 realms power. Qin Xiang frowned. This cauldron is the same as the Six Realms mirrors. It can produce an extremely terrifying Six Realms power. If my guess is not wrong, this cauldron should be called the Six Realms Ding. As he said that, he took out the Six Realms mirrors and released a very strong Six Realms power. Sensing this kind of energy, Xue Xianxian, Xiao Yulan, and the rest of the girls were immediately shocked. The six divine Lord's Six Realms mirrors have been completely repaired? Xiao Yulan was shocked. I heard that you have it, but the news is that the Six Realms mirrors is severely damaged, and it does not have any power in your hands. Chun Xiang kept the Six Realms mirrors well and sneered. That's because you've been tricked, and because someone wanted to take the Six Realms mirrors for himself. This news spread, and the Six Realms mirrors is almost completely healed. Furthermore, I don't usually use it much. Six Realms mirrors have the power to repair itself. This is because they have absorbed a large amount of the six paths of energy. If this is really a Six Realms Ding, then we can perhaps use the Six Realms mirrors to repair themselves. Lu Menger replied, It's just that we don't have much time left. Forget it. I've already made the worst case scenario. No matter what, I can't let you get involved in this battle. Xiao Yulan sighed, then said to Lu Menger and the others, You can go back now. Do you want me to send you off, or follow Qin Xiang? Follow him. Lu Menger said. Xiao Yulan had actually already merged with the Six Realms Ding. She could control the cauldron to become smaller and larger like a palm. She said it to Lu Menger. Xiao Yulan hadn't told Lu Menger and the others about this matter before, so they were extremely shocked now. I have already spoken to Qin Xiang. If I die, he will use this cauldron to help me take revenge, and if I am still alive, he will hand it over to me. Xiao Yulan said in a serious tone. Sister Yulan, don't worry. We will definitely fix it and let this little scoundrel bring it back to you. Xue Xianxian said, Yulan, you're so strong, you definitely won't die. Don't say that. Lu Menger held Xiao Yulan's hand, encouraging her. Xiao Yulan laughed. Looks like I really am not fit to be a divine lord. Even at this time, I'm still hanging my head in dejection. She looked at Qin Xiang. This was what Qin Xiang had said to her before. Indeed, if it's Sister Qilian and Sister Huishan, their performances would be completely different from yours. Qin Xiang shrugged his shoulders, looked at Lu Menger, and smiled. Elder Sister Menger was also a female emperor in a mortal country in the past. Look at her. She's just different from you. Towards this kind of fight between divine kings, small fries like Chun Xiang and the rest would not even have any use. So they did not say anything polite like helping out. Lu Menger and the others entered Qin Xiang's ring. After entering, Dongfang Xinyue clamored about wanting to refine this ring from a new beginning. They were all so strong now, and this ring was something that was a long time ago. Princess Yulan, I want to take elder sister Bai Feng away. I don't think there's much point in her staying here. But this woman is very stubborn and will follow you no matter what. Qin Xiang caressed the ring. My 9 heaven world also needs a female ranker, and the time there is different. When you meet her next time, maybe she will already have caught up to you guys. I will order her to go with you. Xiao Yulan also felt that being the best for Xiao Baifeng. Even though Xiao Baifeng was a 30 divine deity great saint, if a great battle were to break out at that time, she would very likely be killed. Qin Xiang and imperial concubine Lian returned to Xiao Baifeng's house with Xiao Yulan's command. When Xiao Baifeng saw this command, she scolded Qin Xiang a little. Baifeng, you go back with him. Help me take care of Jiner. If we really lose, then only you can help us take revenge. Imperial concubine Lian touched Xiao Baifeng's face. I'm with Yulan. You don't have to be too worried. I got it. Xiao Baifeng clenched his fists tightly. In order to make it easier to leave, Qin Xiang allowed Xiao Jiner to enter the ring. This way, it could make Xiao Jiner less afraid of living, and Xue Xianxian and the others treated people extremely well. This morning, Huang Jintian, Huang Yantian, and the others had all come. They were worried that something would happen to Qin Xiang, so they decided to end the compet. 1. Tie-in to protect Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang, Huang Jintian, and the rest got on Xiao Beifeng's carriage and entered the huge square. The first thing they did was to refine pills, and the next thing to do was to compete with array formations and artifact forging. And finally, it was to compete with each other. Before, he had promised Qin Xiang that as long as Qin Xiang was willing to compete with him to the end, he would let his master, great national master, keep him safe. Previously, there were many first-tier divine kings who had withdrawn from the struggle for the throne. However, after knowing that there were treasures of the divine nations they all joined in, and there were even some who had joined together in secret. This was because there were many treasures of the divine nations' treasures, and at that time it would already be good if they could obtain a small part of them. There were many people, around 100,000 of them, but Qin Xiang was unable to find the location of those first-tier divine kings, nor was he able to sense their auras. And the people he saw now were just a few small fries, as well as alchemist Partik. 1. P. Aiding in the compet. 1. Tian. Qin Xiang took out a jade tablet, and Xiao Ping then entered the center of the compet. Tian grounds. This compet. Tian grounds was very high, allowing many people to see the people on it. Qin Xiang took out a jade tablet, and Xiao Ping then entered the center of the compet. 1. Tian grounds. This compet. 1. Tian grounds was very high, allowing many people to see the people on it. There were only 100 or so alchemists that could make it to the stage. Prince Ping, where is your master? Qin Xiang stood beside Xiao Ping. He'll be here in a moment. Xiao Ping chuckled. My master rarely shows his face, but today. Xiao Ping had just finished speaking when a white-haired, ruddy-faced old man appeared on the stage. He looked like an expert. The other alchemist on the stage immediately revealed looks of reverence. Qin Xiang was now certain that this old man was the legendary number 1 Pil G, OD in the divine cauldronation, Xiang Hongdao. He kindly glanced at Xiao Ping, then seriously sized up Qin Xiang. How could he not know about the match between Qin Xiang and Xiao Ping? On one hand, it was to watch Qin Xiang use the heavenly alchemy to refine pills, and on the other hand, it was to protect Qin Xiang from being ambushed. In these 2 rounds, the first round is to refine a delay pill that everyone is very familiar with. The first is a Tianhui Dan, the second is a high-rank 5 elements Dan. I will provide the ingredients. Xiang Hongdao held his hands behind his back in front of the crowd of Pil G ODS as he walked back and forth. He explained the rules. As everyone knows, today's compet. 1. Tie-in is to reveal the potential to become a great national master, and for me to set the rules, even though it is harsh if I can pass. I will have to personally nurture it. As long as it meets my requirements, I'll take as much as I can. Xiang Hongdao saw the doubtful look on everyone's faces and asked, because Xiao Ping's level was very high, if Xiang Hongdao only used Xiao Ping's standard to specify the rules, then most of them would not have a chance. Don't doubt who I favor. If you do not meet my requirements, it will prove that you are qualified to be my disciple. Even Xiao Ping is the same. If he doesn't reach the standards that I set today, then I will also expel him from my sect. Xiang Hongdao's words caused a stir in the plaza. Perhaps only he could say such words to drive Xiao Ping away. After all, he was divine cauldronation's number 1 Pil G, OD. First is the Tianhui Dan. Its overall quality must reach 600. Xiang Hongdao took out a round disc. He had tested Xiao Ping's quality before with this divine artifact. If the total quality was to reach 700, wouldn't it mean that one would need to refine 6 pellets in a batch and then refine 100 pellets each? This was simply too difficult. Before Xiao Ping refined the 5 elements Dan, he could only keep each pellet at 90 and the quant. 1. Tai was less than these 6 pellets. Hearing this request, only a few Pil G DS knew that this was something that could only be achieved by concocting a high-quality spiritual light pill. This was truly difficult. However, thinking that this would be the standard of the future great national master, it was understandable even if it was difficult. After you guys pass this test, I'll then talk about the standard of high, rank 5 elements Dan. You guys can start collecting the divine medicines and use your own pill furnaces, but you must inspect them for me. Xiang Hongdao said, 5 hours of time. 5 hours. These 10-odd people immediately stood out. They simply could not do it. Even if it was ordinary refining, it would take them more than 5 hours. Xiao Ping looked at Qin Xiang and smiled. Are you feeling pressured? Chen Xiang laughed faintly. Not at all. I feel that you will lose to me in this trial and to a worse extent. Of course, you don't have to be expelled from the sect. You're really arrogant. Xiao Ping chuckled. I don't want to be arrogant with ordinary people. But you are different. You are An. Oh, Blee Prince are also a disciple of the great national master. And furthermore, you have the strength of a 3rd rank divine king. I must suppress you in terms of alchemy. This way I will feel a great sense of accomplishment. Honestly speaking, whether it was Xiao Ping's position or strength, he was much higher than. If Xiao Ping could defeat him, then it would bring about an increase in his mental state. This was why he was so confident in himself. He believed that the great national master Xiang Hongdao here would definitely be able to do what he did, possibly even be better than him, which was why he was able to come up with such a standard. Xiao Ping didn't feel any pressure right now, so it was obvious that he would definitely be able to do the same. Want to take a gamble? Xiao Ping received the divine medicine and smiled towards Qin Xiang. This will add a bit of pressure to both of us. Don't you feel that we don't have any pressure now? There's no atmosphere at all. It's just like when I was refining pills. But right now, they had been ignored by Qin Xiang and Xiao Ping. Furthermore, they also felt a large amount of pressure at this moment, whereas Qin Xiang and Xiao Ping were chatting happily, even saying that the pressure was not enough. I don't have anything to bet on. Qin Xiang wanted to have a good time and play. He was very confident in himself. But this Xiao Ping was a prodigal son. He could casually take out frightening things to gamble on. How about a bet on divine deity? If you lose, then take out one of your divine deity and gift it to her. Xiao Ping's shocking words immediately sent the entire audience into a frenzy of discussion. Taking out his own divine deity would not only require him to endure immense pain, it would also cause his cultivation to regress. It was said that after he took out the divine deity, it would be difficult to cultivate it back. But Xiang Hongdao, the master, didn't have much of a reaction, as if he was encouraging this kind of behavior. If it's like this, you're at a disadvantage. You're a 3rd rank divine king, and each divine deity is at least equal to several of mine. Are you willing to play like this? Qin Xiang's heart was also beating extremely fast. This was the first time he was betting on divine deity, but he wasn't afraid. Just as Xiao Baifeng wanted to stop Qin Xiang, he was stopped by Imperial concubine Lian, who shook his head at her. Don't worry about him. Even if he loses, great national master will guarantee his safe pass. Sage out of here. Huang Jintian laughed. This kind of gambling is awesome. If there's a chance, I will try it too. Huang Yantian laughed sinisterly. How about we take a gamble now? Let's see if that little ghost can win. I will definitely support my disciple. Don't tell me you want to support Prince Ping? That's for sure. Huang Jintian curled his lips. Huang Yantian did not reply because he also supported Qin Xiang. Xiao Baifeng was speechless. In her eyes, Qin Xiang and the other master and disciple were all madmen who dared to joke around with a divine deity that she had painstakingly condensed out. It would be extremely difficult for her to even form a single divine deity. I don't have a problem with that. Xiao Ping faintly smiled. Are you willing to bet? Good. However, I can't give it to you right after I lose, at least until the end. Qin Xiang nodded his head. They didn't look like they were gambling on divine deity at all, but they looked like they were gambling on stone instead. Qin Xiang felt that this Xiao Ping was very courageous. Before this, Xiao Ping had already seen his 5 elements Dan with spirit light and knew that his heavenly alchemy was very strong. Yueter sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang. This Xiao Ping might have used something like the time formation to increase his own strength by a lot of time, so don't underestimate him. Qin Xiang never thought that Xiao Ping would use the time formation to buy more time. It wasn't strange for Xiao Ping to have this thing. Qin Xiang had already used it before. With his status, it would be too easy to obtain it. If that was the case, then Xiao Ping must have improved by a lot. Qin Xiang never thought that Xiao Ping would use the time formation to buy more time. It wasn't strange for Xiao Ping to have this thing. Qin Xiang had already used it before. With a status, it would be too easy to obtain it. If that was the case, then Xiao Ping must have improved by a lot. Since he had already agreed to the gamble, Qin Xiang could not go back on his word now. Therefore, he could not lose, or else he would have to give up the divine deity that he painstakingly condensed. All of you should have received your divine medicines. Then let's prepare to begin. Xiang, Hong Dao swept his eyes across the Partic. 1 ants. The pill furnace that Qin Xiang had taken out right now was the one that Xue Xianxian and the others had given him. It was not exactly a good pill furnace, but it was currently his only best one. Previously, Xue Xianxian and Lu Menger had said that they would help him refine a better one, and even asked for the ingredients from him. Qin Xiang had refined a batch of Tianhua Dan before, and although it had exploded in the end, it could be said to be successful. Now, he was even more confident that he would be able to concoct a batch of Tianhua Dan like last time. After Xiang Hongdao announced the start of the compet. 1. Tie in all the pill G. DS took the time to refine the Tianhua Dan based on the pill formulas. Qin Xiang looked at Xiao Ping. Xiao Ping was still refining the pill according to the recipe, and it could be seen from the step in which he placed the divine medicine in. But he would not underestimate Xiao Ping because of this. Only the steps of his refinement were different from those of the other alchemy, Geodes. He threw the divine medicine directly into the furnace and started the incinerating process. Regarding this, many pill G. D knew that many people had seen it the last time Qin Xiang and Xiao Ping competed in the preliminaries. This method of refinement was obviously not a common method. In other words, one did not need to follow the instructions in the pill formula. As long as the divine medicine was correct, everything would be fine. The time limit was also very short. Before, Qin Xiang had used a lot of time to refine this Tianhua Dan, but he felt that success now wasn't a problem. He had the experience from before, and the pill furnace this time was much better than last time. Therefore, Qin Xiang didn't plan on competing with Xiao Ping's speed right now, as long as he maintained a stable pace, produced more pills, and had higher quality pills. Of course, he would also need to complete it within the specified time. Not long after it started, Qin Xiang saw that the other pill DS had failed. Although the standard to Pa S this stage was very high. If one failed, they could start from the time they received new medicinal herbs. Everyone was allowed to fail 5 times, as long as it was completed within 5 hours. Qin Xiang felt that he had a lot of time, so he was not worried at all. He could not rush it when he was refining pills. If he was relieved, it would lead to a huge mistake. Concentrate your efforts. This time, not only will we compete against Xiao Ping, but we'll also Serpa. As my previous match. Last time when Qin Xiang refined the Tianhua Dan, the conditions weren't very good. Not only was the pill furnace not good, it was the first time it was being refined, so he felt that there was still a lot of room for improvement. Qin Xiang used the Dao Heart Eye and looked inside his own furnace. Right now, his eyes were only focused on his own furnace. He completely ignored everything outside. The divine medicines in the pill furnace had become even after he used the strong spirit method. When he used the Dao Heart Eye, he could clearly see the strengths and weaknesses of the various divine medicines. so it was very easy for him to control the balance. At this time, Xiao Ping was also very serious. A few of the pill furnaces at the scene had already exploded, but he couldn't disturb Qin Xiang and Xiao Ping. They looked as if they were immersed in their own world, but in their own world, there were only pill furnaces. Everything else didn't seem to exist. This state was also the peak state of the alchemist in The Alchemist. Seeing the two of them being so serious, Xiang Hongdao secretly nodded his head. At this moment, he was also very serious about watching the changes happening inside Chen Xiang's furnace. Chen Xiang's pill furnace was not a very good one, but it could prevent others from peeping at it, but it couldn't prevent Xiang Hongdao, who was close to the peak of his pill OD, from having it. Xiang Hongdao could clearly see all the changes happening inside Chen Xiang's pill furnace. I have been refining the divine medicine since the beginning. Although the flames are very strong during the refining process, there is a certain flexibility within the flames. This flexibility will not allow the divine medicine to produce a strong resistance. As Xiang Hongdao watched, he lies the situation. He knew that Chen Xiang was using the heavenly alchemy, so he wanted to learn from it. Strange, even so, we can't let the divine medicine calm down like this. What kind of method did he use? Xiang Hongdao continued to pry with rapt attention. He did not know the secrets of the original source refining that Chen Xiang had created, so of course he would not be able to understand it. Just when Xiang Hongdao was at a loss, he was once again shocked. It was already very strange for those divine medicines to be so calmly refined into medicinal liquids. But after the various divine medicines turned into medicinal liquids, they actually fused together so easily. What is this? How did it turn purple? Xiang Hongdao was inside the pill furnace, so he could not immediately see the purple light emitted by the magical medicine when it changed. It was Chen Xiang's second time refining a Tianhuadan, but he did not expect that there would be a change just like the last time. This allowed him to be certain that the change was definitely not by chance and definitely had something to do with his Chuangzhou fire. However, this time, Qin Xiang had experience from last time, so he handled it very well. He did not let the medicinal qi leak out during the process, as he had skipped quite a bit last time. After the Shangping medicine was refined, it would turn into medicine, and the quality would become much stronger than the Zhongping Dan. And at this moment, after the purplish-red medicine was fused together, it burst out a strong light within the pill furnace, like a purplish-red scorching sun. It actually changed. Xiang Hongdao was after all the number 1 pill D of the divine cauldronation. And he also knew about the changes that had occurred, which greatly shocked him. Even though he had refined the mutated divine medicines before, he was still a minority and did not expect that he would be able to see with his own eyes the changes that the other pill DS underwent while refining the mutated divine medicines. The fusion of the mutated medicinal liquid was very stable for a moment and did not produce any huge fluctuations. This was only because Chen Xiang controlled it with all his might, and only then was it stable, because if huge fluctuations were generated, it would cause the energy of the medicinal liquid to drain away. As long as the medicinal liquid erupted and vibrated, it would consume a lot of energy, and the energy would also pass through the pill furnace. In just an hour, Chen Xiang had progressed to this stage, which made Xiang Hongdao extremely shocked. He couldn't see through the heavenly alchemy any longer, and although he had heard of it before, the heavenly alchemy Qin Xiang displayed now was very different from what he had heard. It was completely not the heavenly alchemy that he recognized. Qin Xiang didn't think that he was fast, because from his point of view, refining high-quality Tianhuadan had only just begun. In order to guarantee the stability of the furnace, Chen Xiang used the method inside the heavenly alchemy called 8 heavenly ocean refining. After using it, he was able to turn the 6 realms' power into a square formation that enveloped the inside of the furnace. In order to guarantee the stability of the furnace, Chen Xiang used the method inside the heavenly alchemy called 8 heavenly ocean refining. After using it, he was able to turn the six realms' power into a square formation that enveloped the inside of the furnace. After he displayed it, Xiang Hongdao frowned, because what he saw was suddenly extremely blurry, and there was only a ball of shadow left. Qin Xiang did not know that Xiang Hongdao could see the interior of his pill furnace. The reason why he had used the 8 heavenly refining mountain was only to guard the interior of the furnace, because he was going to do something extremely berserk. Just like last time, he split the purplish gold medicinal liquid into 6 clumps. Under his control, these 6 clumps of medicinal liquid gradually distanced themselves from the center, reaching the edge of the pill furnace. It's starting. It's going to be at the most critical moment. Qin Xiang sucked in a deep breath fiercely, and then, with a stuffy groan, he controlled the 6B ALLS of purplish gold medicinal liquid to suddenly attack each other. Boo! Oh. A strong vibration erupted from the inside of the pill furnace. The explosion was very strong, but it only caused the pill furnace to slightly tremble. When his furnace was trembling, forget about Xiang Hongdao. Even if the spectators below the stage were to look carefully, they would all notice him. What's going on? His pill furnace is shaking. Imperial concubine Lien said softly. Her charming face was filled with worry. She understood a lot about pill refining, and not long after, the furnace had become unstable, which was not a good thing at all. It's fine. When Qin Xiang was refining pills in her house, the commotion caused was much more terrifying than it was now. Her house was almost destroyed, but she still succeeded in refining pills in the end. What many people did not know was that in their eyes, as long as the furnace shook, it meant that Alchemist did not have sufficient control over the furnace when he was refining pills, and a huge mistake had occurred within the furnace. It's a certainty that the pressure will be great. After all, they are betting on their own divine deity. It had only been an hour, and he had already made a mistake. Look at how smooth the Prince Ping is. Most of the pill DS on the stage can do it, let alone the Prince Ping. It looks like he's going to lose. I really want to see the look on his face when he forges his divine deity. Hearing the discussions, Imperial concubine Lien became even more worried because she had never seen Qin Xiang concoct pills before. Xiang Hongdao frowned. Although he was confused, he could guess what had just happened. It was the effects of the separated medicinal liquid class. I plus ing against each other, which was why the pill furnace shook for a moment. If it really was like this, Xiang Hongdao would be even more shocked. He understood that Qin Xiang was doing this right now, letting a few BALLS of medicinal liquid travel at the speed of light during the collision would raise the quality of the medicinal liquid. This was a method to refine a Lingguangdan, but it was too early, and it was only the cauldron that had made the impact. If he wanted to improve the quality of the divine pellets to the maximum, he would have to forge them into fine steel through repeated hammering, folding, and forging. This method could be used when refining pills, but the method had changed. What Xiang Hongdao was looking forward to more was what kind of divine light D pellet would be like after the mutation. He felt that he would be able to see it very quickly, because Qin Xiang had reached the stage so quickly, and he would be able to condense the core very quickly. However, Qin Xiang did not condense a pill yet. The inside of his pill furnace was still in a state of chaos, and what he collided with just now was not the crash method used by other alchemists to concoct divine spiritual pills. During the earlier collision, he poured in quite a bit of the fire energy formed from the 6 realms' power into his body. Through his many fire divine deity and bones, he created a very strong force that caused the collision to be even more violent. This was originally just an idea, because he felt that the violent collision just now would definitely have scattered the group of flame power. Right now, it was just as he had imagined. The 6 waves of flame power he had poured and were dispersed, and the scattered flame power were absorbed by the mutated medicinal liquid. When forging iron, one would not only need to forge a piece of iron. Along the way, they would also need to add other items and other materials to change the quality of iron, making it even better. Qin Xiang was now adding flame power S that were compatible with Tianhui Dan. He poured in a lot of flame power, and when they violently collided, the flame power and the medicinal liquid were both in the same form, and the spiritual medicinal liquid instantly swallowed the flame power to strengthen itself. After absorbing Qin Xiang's flame power, the quality of the medicinal liquid greatly increased. However, there was now a problem. The medicinal liquid within the pill furnace would not automatically fuse with each other like before. Instead, the medicinal liquid within the pill furnace was in the form of droplets of water. The fierce impact from before had caused the medicinal liquid to scatter, and the scattered medicinal liquid had become independent after absorbing Qin Xiang's flame power, unwilling to merge together. Therefore, the interior of the pill furnace was currently in complete chaos. Qin Xiang tried to fuse the countless water droplets, but he discovered that it was extremely difficult. The water droplets kept a small distance between each other. As long as he said the small distance, it would produce an extremely strong repulsive force. With so many water droplets rejecting and resisting each other, it was extremely difficult to fuse them. Being able to fuse them together is already not bad. Looks like I should skip the second collision. Qin Xiang was currently in a bit of pain. Previously, he had planned to not rush to condense a pill after a single fusion, and go through a second impact to substantially improve his quality. However, from the looks of it now, if he were to fuse with the scattered medicinal liquid, the quality would also be shockingly high. Qin Xiang released the Tao Heart Eye and observed the spirit blood S inside all the water droplets. He did not see the spirit blood, but he saw that the color of the water droplets were different. The attributes can be changed, the extremes can be reversed. This liquid was originally a miraculous medicine after the mutation. After going through such a violent collision, changing its attributes was very normal. I never thought that these water droplets would all look fire red, but the energy particles within all have different attributes, and some even have a thunder attribute. Qin Xiang realized the problem. What he needed to do now was to use the flames to refine the different type of medicinal liquid drops. As long as he could convert them all into the same fire attribute, fusing with it would be easy. There's still time, we can't be anxious. If something goes wrong, this small drop of water will explode and cause a chain reaction. This pill furnace won't be able to suppress it. Qin Xiang was extremely excited at this moment because this method seemed to have opened a mysterious door that no one had ever opened before. This Tianhui Dan's divine medicine was considered to be of a lower grade among the Shangping Dan, but Qin Xiang had gone through various kinds of mystical methods to refine it, and yet he had constantly broken through the limits, causing the quality of the Tianhui Dan's divine medicine to continuously improve. In the end, he himself could not imagine how far it could improve. 6 hours had said. Xiao Ping sat there, not understanding. His pill furnace was very calm, and it didn't emit any heat. On the other hand, Qin Xiang, who was in front of him, had the highest level of heat emitted from the pill furnace, as if flames could spew out at any time. 6 hours had said. Xiao Ping sat there, not understanding. His pill furnace was very calm, and it didn't emit any heat. On the other hand, Qin Xiang, who was in front of him, had the highest level of heat emitted from the pill furnace, as if flames could spew out at any time. No one knew what he was doing, not even Xiang Hongdao, the pill G.O.D. He really wanted to know. At this moment, it was becoming harder and harder for him to find out what Qin Xiang was doing. Qin Xiang had originally planned to burn little drops of water one by one, changing their attributes and then turn them into fire-type drops one by one. However, he felt that it was too complicated and it was not too late, so he decided to use his Chuangzhao fire S to burn them all. He burned for more than 4 hours, and when he used Tao Heart Eye to look, he discovered that the colors were almost the same. Only a small amount was not enough. He continued burning for another hour, making all the droplets have the same color, and then he started to carefully search again. Why was it that, after going back and forth, he only had half an hour left? At this time, Xiao Ping also raised his eyes. He had completed his task. His forehead was only dripping with sweat, and he still looked quite relaxed. Seeing that Qinxiang was still knitting his brows and training, Xiaoping smiled faintly. He then opened his pill furnace and took out 7 pellets that were S, H, I, plus Ning with a golden red light. He had actually refined 7 Tianhuadan with spiritual light, causing the entire audience to let out thunderous cries of alarm. It was already impressive for ordinary Tianhuadan to produce 2 or 3. But now that Xiaoping had refined 7 of them, and they were even of high quality, it only took him 8.5 hours. This was the great national master's disciple. Although Xiaoping did not represent any of their strengths, there was no need to doubt his potential to become the great national master. These 7 high-rank Tianhuadan were the best proof of that. When Xiao Baifeng saw Xiaoping produce the pill, he also frowned. Last time, Qinxiang had only refined 6 pills, but this Xiaoping had only refined 7. Can the little ghost win? This Prince Ping is too terrifying, as expected of the great disciple of the great national master. Imperial concubine Lian also didn't want Qinxiang to lose, but seeing Xiaoping's strength and the discussions of the crowd below, she also felt that it would be difficult for Qinxiang to win. The alchemists on the stage were all very good as well. In less than 5 hours, almost all of them had produced pills, with the most being 5 pills. However, they couldn't produce spirit energy like Xiaoping, so it seemed that only Xiaoping could make it into the next round. Qinxiang was the slowest. The inside of his pill furnace was still a pile of sand, and he had only just finished modifying the other medicinal liquid drops. What surprised him the most was that after all the medicinal liquid drops had the same properties, they actually started to fuse together on their own. After all, their spirit blood had already been merged by Qinxiang to begin with. Although they had turned into many drops of medicinal liquid, all of them were the same. After the fusion, a ball of medicinal liquid emerged from within Qinxiang's pill furnace, flickering with purple, gold, and red. Although it looks like liquid, it is almost solid. It can be split into 10 parts, and 10 pellets will come out. Moreover, condensing a pill will also be very easy. Qinxiang looked at the lump of liquid in detail. If it was before, this liquid was equivalent to a ball of water, but now it was like a lump of mud. If it solidified, it would be crystal, and the quality would definitely be higher. Qinxiang felt that if they collided twice, they would definitely be able to crystallize. He didn't know what kind of divine pellet they would become after the crystallization. The moment he thought of this, he became very excited. It was just that time was not allowed right now. Otherwise, he would definitely have tried it. Qinxiang found his way here. Originally, he could have split the pills into 10 portions, but he decided to split the pills into 5 parts. This was because the quality of the medicinal liquid was currently very high. If he divided it into 5 portions and compressed it to a high degree, he felt that it would be close to the state of crystallization. The quality would definitely be higher than the sum of the 10 portions added together. Qinxiang, who was immersed in the mysterious domain, did not notice in the slightest that everyone was waiting for him. Originally, Xiaoping could have conducted the quality test, but Xiaoping had to wait for Qinxiang. As for the others, they had already gone through the tests, the highest one being only 490, which was still a bit far from the 600 in quality, while there were few who had reached more than 450 quality, which was considered very good for many alchemists. After all, none of them were Xiaoping. In the past, when Qinxiang refined the pellet to the last pellet condensation stage, the pellets he split were all air ma, SES of qi, and when the Shangping Dan was refining, it was only liquid, but now it was even higher than liquid. When it was in a solid state, liquid state, he separated the gold and red cement into 5 small bundles, and then began to compress them. It was extremely difficult to compress it. He had no choice but to use his strongest strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to compress it within the time limit. Just when he was using all of his strength to condense the pill, his pill furnace started shaking violently and started making dang, dang, dang sounds. Chun Xiang was shocked. He never thought that when compressing the mud ball, there would be such a large movement. It quickly became hard like a metal ball, uncontrollably SMAs. Plussing into the pill furnace, colliding against each other, and even touching the pill furnace. What made him at ease was that the impact did not result in any loss of medicinal strength. From this, it could be seen how strong the pills were. He himself also greatly admired himself for being able to refine some divine medicines to such an extent. Why do I feel like there are so many pearls, class? Plussing inside his pill furnace? Someone shouted. Don't tell me this guy is playing with pearls in the pill furnace. It was as if there were a few beads inside the box, and then he shook the box with all his might. Xiao Ping looked at Chun Xiang's furnace in surprise. He didn't know what Chun Xiang was doing, but there was actually such a sound. There was still a little bit of time until the 5th hour, so Chun Xiang's shaking pill furnace finally quieted down. Chun Xiang, who was sweating profusely, opened his eyes and sighed. It's finally completed. What are you doing? I always felt that there was a stone in your pill furnace. Xiao Ping smiled. No matter what, you're finally in time. Let me see the divine pill you've refined. Chun Xiang laughed dryly. Something has happened. I don't know if it's a success or not. His words caused an uproar among the crowd. They didn't know if he succeeded or not. But wasn't it clear to them that he succeeded when concocting pills? Chun Xiang opened the furnace, but the furnace did not release any spirit light. When Xiao Ping opened the lid of the pill furnace a moment ago, the spiritual light that shot into the sky was also very shocking. There was no divine pill floating out of the furnace. It was Chun Xiang who poured it out. The divine pills that fell out of the pill furnace left everyone dumbstruck. It turned out to be 5 small stones. These stones were only the size of a thumb, and their shapes were very irregular. In short, they were not circular. The small stone was rather special. Its surface was extremely smooth, as if it was a broken crystal. Its entire body was purplish red, and its toe was golden. Xiao Ping raised an eyebrow. What is this? The Tianhua Dan? Chun Xiang frowned and nodded. I guess so. Although it's not round, it's after all made from those delay medicines, so it should be edible. Everyone present agreed, but they were all impressed by Chun Xiang's ability. Being able to refine the divine medicine into small stones was also a very strange ability. They did not think that this was a divine pill. No matter how they looked at it, it did not look like it was meant to be consumed. Because it was obvious that there was a mistake in his control. It was not a round pill. Let's start with the testing of quality. I'll go first. Xiao Ping also felt this was very strange. This was because he didn't sense any medicinal efficacy or the smell of a divine pill from those small stones. It didn't seem like a divine pill at all. Xiao Ping had refined 7 divine spirit Tianhua Dan, and normally, high-quality divine pellets would have a value of 90% when testing them with the divine tool that tested the quality of divine pellets. The divine pellets that had a quality higher than that of the divine pellets, therefore he had already reached the standard that Xiang Hongdao had specified. Xiao Ping had refined 7 divine spirit Tianhua Dan, and normally, high-quality divine pellets would have a value of 90% when testing them with the divine tool that tested the quality of divine pellets. The divine pellets that had a quality higher than that of the divine pellets. Therefore, he had already reached the standard that Xiang Hongdao had specified. There was no doubt that the combined quality of the 7 Tianhua Dan he had refined would reach 600, but he was still very concerned because he still had to compete with Chun Xiang. The Tianhua Dan that Chun Xiang had refined was completely different from Xiao Ping's, regardless of color or shape. If one did not personally see it being poured out from his pill furnace, it would be hard to believe that it was made from several divine medicines. Xiao Ping placed the divine pill he had refined onto the concave point of the disc. The crystal on the disc suddenly began to flash, showing a number of 150. Seeing this result, Xiang Hongdao was also a little shocked. Looks like he did not know that his disciple had actually become this powerful, he said. The high-quality Tianhua Dan S sold on the market should be worth around 70 to 80. This number should be about right. Your pills are about the same as the other two, but the quality cannot be considered the peak normally. The peak quality of the Shangpingdan can reach up to 500. And of course, there are those higher. It's just that I have never seen them before. Everyone was shocked. It was already impressive for the pill D to be able to concoct at least 90% of the pills, but 500 for it to reach the peak. It seemed like there was a huge difference in strength between the pill DS. Xiao Ping was surprised. A maximum of 500? Master, can you even do that? Even if he worked so hard to refine it, it would only have 150% quality. Xiang Hongdao smiled and nodded. I can do that, but it will require me to compress the amount, so if you have the chance, you have to try out the highest quality pills. Xiao Ping tested the quality of the Tianhua Dan S one by one. Qin Xiang couldn't help but admire his control. 7 Spirit Soul Tianhua Dan. Each one was actually 150. The sum total reached more than 1,000, which was already far above the standard that Xiang Hongdao had set down. Those defeated pill DS were all jealous and envious, and most of them revered and used the same divine medicine. Others could actually refine even more superior quality and produce even more divine pills. This was the difference between them. It's my turn. Qin Xiang laughed. Although this isn't round, but I guarantee it will have the effects of a Tianhua Dan. It's a Tianhua Dan. I don't want to lose. I gambled with my own divine deity. Xiao Ping chuckled. If you hadn't said so, I would have forgotten. We still have a bet to bet on. After betting on a divine deity, they all forgot about it in the blink of an eye. Qin Xiang picked up a stone, like Tianhua Dan, and placed it into the hole on the plate. The crystal board that was displayed on the plate quickly lit up. 190. Xiang Hongdao was slightly shocked as he shouted. Formidable, he actually Serpa. Said me by 40. Xiao Ping also exclaimed, It seems that your control is not bad. Even your shape has changed, but your quality is still so high. How exactly did you refine it? The other pill DS were also confused. During the compression, they would need to control the liquid to spin and condense the pill, which would result in a round shape and high quality. But Qin Xiang was obviously not like that. Xiang Hongdao held the Tianhua Dan that was tested by Qin Xiang and frowned. It should be because there was a problem during the process of condensing the core, which is why it ended up like this. In other words, during the process of condensing the core, this Tianhua Dan should have become extremely STU, dy, and should have reached a state close to the condensing crystal. After doubling his cultivation, it was close to 400 years. Xiao Ping's expression was extremely grave. Qin Xiang's level was actually so high, and he had actually gone into closed-door cultivation before. Qin Xiang had only refined 5 pills in total, but he was confident that the total quality would Serpa Xiao Ping's. He started to test the second pill. The quality was 260, which was 70 times more than the previous one. Xiao Ping's expression suddenly changed. If according to what Xiang Hongdao had said just now, that Qin Xiang could succeed and the quality would double, then it should be 520 now, and that would be more than what Xiang Hongdao could refine. Xiang Hongdao also thought of this point, so he started to ponder. Since he was able to refine the quality to 500, he naturally knew the difficulty of breaking through the limit, and Qin Xiang spent 5 hours to concoct 5 pills. If he could perform better, then when refining the Tianhua Dan, he would have completely Serpa said him. Refining process was also extremely arduous and almost failed. Furthermore, to him, this furnace was not considered successful, but because it was extremely STU, dy halfway through condensing the core, it did not dissipate in the end, only having an irregular shape. The third grain was 240/70, the fourth was 250, and the sum was 1,070. Xiao Ping's 7 pellets added up to a total of 1050. Qin Xiang was 20 years older than him, so the difference between the two was extremely small. I've lost. Can I take one and see? Xiao Ping was willing to accept his defeat. He pointed at the few small stones that were held by the Tianhui Dan in Chen Xiang's hands. Chen Xiang laughed. Of course you can. And besides, this divine pellet needs to be given to great national master. Xiang Hongdao immediately ate one pellet. Although it was very hard, the medicinal power immediately melted after swallowing it, as if it erupted from within his body and contained a very vast amount of medicinal power within. Xiao Ping also felt the same way after he ate it. The two of them were very shocked because they felt that there was a huge difference in the medicinal efficacy compared to the test results. The medicinal efficacy was far higher than the test results. This was because the pill Xiao Ping had eaten was 150 quality pills, but compared to the pills he had refined, the effects were much stronger. He had refined similar quality Tianhui Dan-S before, but they were much weaker than the one Qinxiang had. It seems like the divine tool used to test the quality of these divine pills is unable to completely test the quality of the ones you forge. Xiang Hongdao sighed. In the future, I need to make some modifications. This was a very big blow to Xiao Ping, but he felt very happy. This was because he had met a pill D that was even stronger than him. Otherwise, he might not have been able to think of a way to break through his limits in the future. Seeing that everyone had a new level of respect for Chen Xiang, Imperial Concubine Lien also laughed. This brat is truly extraordinary. Even great national master values him so much. Yueter said, he is indeed very powerful. He is not even a supreme G. Diet, but in terms of alchemy, he has already reached such a level, especially the kind of Jingshin Dan. It is the highest quality form of performance. Although he did not succeed, he will definitely be able to do it in the future because he has already touched upon this domain, and it is difficult to imagine that he had already figured it out by himself. Jingshin Dan. The Imperial Concubine Lien shouted lightly. Isn't the Jingshin Dan supposed to appear only because of the King Grade's divine pellet? That's right, because only the King Grade's divine medicine can possess a strong condensed energy crystal. However, this little demon must have used some method to allow the Shangping medicine's energy to continuously increase its evolution and break through its limits, forming a power that can condense crystals. If Yu Er hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't believe that Shangping Dan could crystallize either. That's right, because only the King Grade's divine medicine can possess a strong condensed energy crystal. However, this little demon must have used some method to allow the Shangping medicine's energy to continuously increase its evolution and break through its limits, forming a power that can condense crystals. If Yu Er hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't believe that Shangping Dan could crystallize either. Xiang Hongdao was also aware of this fact. Previously, he wasn't sure, but after he ate one pellet, he was sure that the Tianhui Dan had condensed into a crystal. On the other hand, Qin Xiang had almost succeeded. Although the divine pills you two have refined are far above the standard, you will still have to continue with the second round. Xiang Hongdao then announced the change in the quality of the 5 elements Dan. I am only going to refine one. Its quality must reach 300. Qin Xiang laughed. Prince Ping, do you want to bet once more? If you win, then forget about the divine deity that you owe me. Xiao Ping thought for a moment, then shook his head and laughed. I think it's better not to bet. If I lose, wouldn't I have to give you another set of divine deity? I don't have much confidence in this 5 elements Dan, so it's fine. Qin Xiang refined 5 elements Dan as were famous for it. He had previously refined many for Xiao by Feng to sell, and Xiao Ping had even bought them to eat. Chen Xiang had previously sold them for mid-grade, but now he was refining high-grade 5 elements Dan. Xiao Ping felt that there was definitely no difference in Qin Xiang's eyes. Thus he was not confident that he could win against Qin Xiang, and thus gave up. The time limit should be 4 hours. There shouldn't be any problems with the medicinal herbs. Xiang Hongdao took out a few medicinal ingredients and distributed them to them, which were the high-grade 5 elements, divine fruits. Chun Xiang and Xiao Ping felt that there were no problems, and Xiang Hongdao immediately announced the start of the battle. It was only one pellet, and the quality requirement was 300, which was not difficult for him at all. Previously, he used this method frequently, so he could have refined a few pills, but in order to obtain a higher quality pellet, he compressed them into a pellet. The furnace of Tianhui Dan that Chun Xiang had refined just now had consumed a lot of his energy, so he planned to rest when refining this 5 elements Dan, because there would definitely be a more difficult challenge later on. He was, after all, a third-rank divine king, and had dozens of divine deity. The divine power inside the divine sense was very vast, so this bit of consumption was simply nothing to him, and because of that he felt even more strongly that there was a gap between him and Chun Xiang. If Chun Xiang had his current strength, he would definitely be able to create even more miracles. Chun Xiang opened the pill furnace when the 6 hours had just passed, said he could have completed it quickly, but he needed time to rest, which was why he purposely slowed it. Because the rule was that he would refine 1 pellet, he and Xiao Ping did not refine anymore. Right now, the 5 elements Dan looked exactly the same. This time Chun Xiang did not refine the little stones like he did before. It was only because he had consumed a lot of energy. If he was energetic, he would definitely use the 5 elements Dan to try again. 360. Xiao Ping tested out his superior 5 elements Dan, and then made a please gesture, inviting Chun Xiang to also take the test. 360 as well. Chun Xiang laughed. Looks like this is the limit of a high rank 5 elements Dan. Xiao Ping shook his head. If you had used your previous refining method, you would have definitely been able to Serpa. SS it. Maybe. Chun Xiang really wanted to try, but if he tried it, he estimated that he would need a day or 2 to recover. You have all passed, said. Next is the final test. Xiang Hongdao took out a table with 3 jade plates on it. Inside are all pill formulas. They are Heaven G, D Fire Dan S, Bone Level Dan S, and 9 Yin and Yang Dan S. Xiang Hongdao laughed. You guys should be very familiar with these divine pellets by now. Chun Xiang had all of these pill formulas. He felt that Xiang Hongdao definitely knew about this. Hearing the 9 Yin and Yang Dan, everyone began to discuss because this kind of divine pill did not exist. Although there were divine medicines, no one had ever succeeded. The princess gave him the 9 Yin and Yang Dan's pill formula. Xiao Baifeng said, but he believed it to be true and believed it to be true. To this day, he has never succeeded. Xiao Baifeng remembered that back then he was extremely obsessed with her, and he failed many times in a row without success. Furthermore, he made her purchase a few portions of 9 Yin and Yang Dan's medicinal ingredients. If you take it out now, does that mean the 9 Yin and Yang Dan exist? The imperial concubine Lian asked in shock. Xiao Baifeng shook her head. She did not know either. Master, isn't the 9 Yin and Yang Dan unable to be refined? It seemed like he didn't know what Xiang Hongdao was doing either, and he had definitely tried to refine the 9 Yin and Yang Dan before as well, but he didn't succeed. When Chun Xiang heard the name 9 Yin and Yang Dan, he felt as if he had been possessed by a demon. Thinking back to his experiences of consecutively refining the 9 Yin and Yang Dan and its failures, an inexplicable impulse surged up in his heart, and he wanted to try it right now, because the last time he finished refining the 9 Yin and Yang Dan, he had no choice but to stop. He believed that he could succeed, and he believed in the existence of the 9 Yin and Yang Dan. Xiang Hongdao looked at Chun Xiang, who had sunk into deep thought, and said, I once succeeded in the existence of a 9 Yin and Yang Dan, but I was unable to succeed again. At that time, I obtained the pill formula from somewhere else, and because I was unable to succeed again, I spread the formula. Hearing his words, the crowd of Pill G, DS started cursing. All the Pill G, DS in Divine Cauldron Nation had been scammed by the 9 Yin and Yang Dan, especially the explosion during the refining process, which had destroyed quite a few of their pill furnaces and wasted a lot of their time and energy. Master, then what are the rules for this stage? He also felt it was strange when he saw what Qin Xiang was thinking. There are two choices for refining a divine pill from the recipe. One is to refine a bone-level Dan, and the other is to refine a heaven G, OD fire Dan. The refining process requires 6 pills, and the overall quality needs to reach 600, which can be completed in 6 hours. The other choice is to refine a 9 yin and yang Dan, and as long as you can refine it, it will be fine. Xiang Hongdao said seriously, Pinger, no matter which choice you make, as long as you can't reach it, you are no longer my disciple. Xiao Ping nodded. I will definitely do that. You will forever be my master. Please choose. Xiang Hongdao looked at Chen Xiang and Xiao Ping. Don't worry, any one of you can choose to be the first one to only refine bone-level Dan and heaven GOD fire Dan. Chen Xiang already had the pill formula, and Xiang Hongdao knew this, but he still took out the 9 yin and yang Dan S. The purpose was to see if Chen Xiang and Xiao Ping had the guts to refine the 9 yin and yang Dan. I choose the bone-level Dan and the heaven GOD fire Dan, Xiao Ping said. He had tried to refine 9 yin and yang Dan and even tried to refine hundreds of batches, but none of them succeeded, not even a tiny bit of success. Thus, he decisively chose to refine the one he was most familiar with. What about you? Xiang Hongdao looked at Qin Xiang. I choose the 9 yin and yang Dan. Qin Xiang made a decision. He picked up the 9 yin and yang Dan's jade tablet and looked at the pill formulas inside. It was just like the one Xiao Baifeng had given him back then. I choose the 9 yin and yang Dan. Qin Xiang made a decision. He picked up the 9 yin and yang Dan's jade tablet and looked at the pill formulas inside. It was just like the one Xiao Baifeng had given him back then. To actually choose a 9 yin and yang Dan, everyone thought Qin Xiang was crazy, especially the pill GOD who had failed multiple times above this. They felt that no matter how many times they tried to refine it, they would never succeed. And what was even more incomprehensible to them was that Qin Xiang actually chose to leave the bone-level Dan S aside and chose the 9 yin and yang Dan S on the rotten streets instead. This was what made them think that Qin Xiang was crazy. Xiao Yulan used a veil to cover himself as he brought Xiao Hongke to the side of Xiao Baifeng, an imperial concubine Lin. Baifeng, what's wrong with him? Logically speaking, he should have chosen the other 2 pills. He has gone mad. Princess, after you gave me the 9 yin and yang Dan's pill formula, he went into seclusion to refine many furnaces, but none of them succeeded. He even said that he was going to succeed soon. Xiao Baifeng shook his head. Xiao Ping was not surprised at all. Even if Qin Xiang lost now, there would be no pressure at all. After all, he did not need to defeat Xiang Hongdao as his master. I have over 100 sets of 9 yin and yang Dan's divine medicine here. You can fail 100 times, but you have to finish it within 2 days. Xiang Hongdao gave Qin Xiang a storage bag. Inside, it was filled with 9 yin and yang Dan's medicinal ingredients, and the quality was even the best. Xiang Hongdao took it out now because he hoped that Qin Xiang would succeed, because Qin Xiang's method of refinement was different from his. Qin Xiang nodded his head, took out his pill furnace, and immediately began. There were only 2 types of 9 yin and yang Dan's medicine, and they were very common as well. However, their effects were not very good, and when they were not careful when refining, they could easily cause a violent explosion. It was because 3 disasters destroy flower and merciful fruit were commonly seen, that people thought that 9 yin and yang Dan did not exist. However, when Xiang Hongdao said that it did exist a moment ago, many pill DS started to doubt his words. They really wanted Xiang Hongdao to take out a 9 yin and yang Dan. When Qin Xiang refined them, he was able to find the spirit blood of both sides. Furthermore, he did not need to use a strong spirit technique to even out the 2 spirit blood, because the strength of the spirit blood of the 2 divine medicines were originally of the same level. The difficulty for Qin Xiang to not be able to break through was how to fuse the 2 spirit blood. This seemed to be going against the laws of the original source refining, because in the original source refining, as long as he could find the spirit blood and fuse it, the two divine medicines would fuse together. Bang! From the start, Chen Xiang's pill furnace had exploded, causing everyone to immediately burst out laughing, because according to their guesses, refining 9 yin and yang dan required a furnace explosion. What exactly is the reason behind the failure of these two divine medicines, spirit blood, to fuse together? Chen Xiang continued to add in the divine medicine. From his new refining, he still had more than 100 opportunities to try. When he released the Tao Heart Eye, he could not see anything because the divine medicines that he had refined previously, although the spirit blood looked different, but in the end they were all able to fuse together. Only the 3 disasters, Destroy Flower and the Merciful Divine Fruit, could not. Don't tell me this isn't of the same origin. Chen Xiang's original source, refining, was based on the fact that all divine medicines were produced from the same source of power. No matter what kind of divine medicine it was, the spirit blood was a cicada for all sorts of divine medicines. As long as one could find and fuse it, they could successfully fuse the divine medicines together. Now that he had tried so many times, the 3 disasters, Destroy Flower and the Merciful Fruit, could not even fuse together. Furthermore, when they fused together, they would produce a very strong repulsive force which would create a violent explosion. Yuer had said before that there were people in Star Law Divine Realm who would refine 2 kinds of pellets. After they made contact with the 2 divine pellets, they would produce a strong explosion that would form an attack. Bang! Another explosion occurred inside Chen Xiang's pill furnace, and it was even stronger this time, showing that it could fuse a little. Not even the infinite refining. Chen Xiang sighed in his heart. Could it be that I have to find a method from the heavenly alchemy? I wonder if that would be enough time. Since the world is so vast and there are all kinds of miraculous medicinal herbs, it is unavoidable that I would have to face such problems in the future. If I can solve them now, that would be for the best. After Chen Xiang failed for the second time, he did not continue, and even sat there with his eyes closed. He was recalling the various mental cultivation methods and chants of the heavenly alchemy, which contained various methods to form and dissolve energy, describing in detail the essence of all kinds of natural powers. As long as he could understand it clearly, he would be able to comprehend a method to solve the problem at hand. Right now, he needed to find a way to fuse the 2 different types of energy from the heavenly alchemy. Yin and yang, fire and water, etc. all belong to 2 different forms, but they can often be fused in various ways. The powers of the various elements in the world are also like this. There are some that can only be compatible with each other, like life and death. Life and death can cause death. And after death, reincarnation and rebirth, they are a kind of entangled form, while the males and females are also relative, but when fusing with each other, they can produce new life and death. Chen Xiang saw the explanation of the form of the power and understood a little. He felt that he could not blindly let the 3 disasters, Destroy Flower and the Merciful Divine Fruit, fuse together in the usual way, but instead let them intertwine together in the proper way. It was just like the samsara of life and death, or how a male and female combined and gave birth to a living being. These 2 divine medicines are not fire and water. They might be male or female, or perhaps life and death. Yin and yang can both represent life and death. Chen Xiang already had an idea. He planned to find a breakthrough point from the 9 yin and yang dan. What is 9 defiances? There are 9 reversals. This should be a reversals of life and death. Could it be that there is a 9 out of 10 chance of survival? Chen Xiang thought for a moment. How do I achieve a narrow escape from these 2 divine medicines and fuse them together in a unique way? The 3 disasters, Destroy Flower is dead, and disaster and destruction represent death. The Merciful Fruit is alive, so mercy should be shown to the dead. So I hope that I can live. 3 disasters and represent 3 deaths. Then, how can I accomplish 9 deaths? I need 3 disasters, Destroy Flower, but that's not right. Chen Xiang thought for a while, There is no mistake with the pill formula. It has been said to the state grandmaster in accordance with the formula. He sat like this for half a day, while Xiaoping had already finished, and all of them met Xiang Hongdao's requirements. Right now, he was also somewhat looking forward to Chen Xiang's success. He wanted to personally see how the 9 yin and yang dan looked like. The time limit was 2 days, but the crowd felt that Chen Xiang would not succeed. Seeing him sitting there without moving, they knew that he was thinking and was definitely unable to continue. The time limit was 2 days, but the crowd felt that Chen Xiang would not succeed. Seeing him sitting there without moving, they knew that he was thinking and was definitely unable to continue. What no one knew was that Chen Xiang had already made a great breakthrough, found the direction, and was just a little bit away from refining it. How can we let 3 disasters destroy flower experience 9 deaths? If it can be reborn after death, then it can be carried out 3 times. But the question is, how can it be carried out? Chen Xiang continued to ponder, but just as he was pondering, a familiar scene appeared in his mind. The 2 Zhou brothers. The brothers of the Zhou family knew how to control time, allowing the destroyed to return to its former glory. The power of time could also be used on delay medicines. In the past, there had been people who had used the time laws to mature delay medicines. Of course, this could also cause them to regress. Does that mean I have to control the mysteries of time? Chen Xiang's head started to hurt. This was the best method he could think of right now. No matter what, let's try the pink ash 3 disasters destroy flower and see. Chen Xiang, who had been deep in thought for a long time, finally began to refine pills. He placed the 3 disasters destroy flower into the furnace alone and started to burn it. I would like to see what 3 disasters are. During the process of the 3 disasters destroy flower being burned to death, it should experience 3 disasters on its own. This is equivalent to 3 deaths, and right now, it is required to experience 9 of them. Chen Xiang set the flowers on fire. In just a few moments, the 3 disasters destroy flower was trembling violently. Chen Xiang immediately focused on observing, and realized that the flower inside the pill furnace seemed to be wailing in pain, and its entire body was trembling, causing the fire inside the furnace to become even more berserk. It's a fire! Chen Xiang used the Tao heart eye to take a look, and was able to discern that those flames were not his own, but rather that the flames the 3 disasters destroy flower had released. After continuing for a while, the 3 disasters destroy flower calmed down. Its color and shape had changed greatly. He was reborn after he died, and he became even stronger. At this time, he was using the bones of his left arm, causing the flames to become stronger. He was surprised to discover that after this 3 disasters destroy flower was reborn, it had become even more resistant to flames. He used the Tao heart eye to look at it and was shocked in his heart. It has changed. This is a water attribute. This flower contains a strong power of water. Could the second calamity be a flood? Sure enough, just as he was guessing, when the 3 disasters destroy flower was being burned by the intense flames, it actually shook violently and released a very strong water attribute, divine power. After coming in contact with Chen Xiang's flame, it released steam. Chen Xiang had no choice but to open the lid of the pill furnace, allowing the steam to come out. Everyone was surprised to see the scene, because after Chen Xiang opened the lid, the blue mist came out continuously. In a few blinks of an eye, the entire plaza was filled with this blue mist. Kraz. H. Plus asterisk it rained heavily. Seeing that, Xiang Hongdao frowned, and immediately dispersed the blue mist, and the rain stopped. At this moment, he had a strange look of antic. P-ation in his heart because, when he was refining the 9 yin and yang dan, a situation like this had also occurred. Chen Xiang was currently having the 3 disasters destroy flower release the power of 3 disasters. After the 3 disasters destroy flower in the furnace released the power of the flood, it immediately changed into a white color and was surrounded by electricity. Lightning disaster. Chen Xiang was surprised again. Didn't lightning strike first and then rain? Why is it that there's lightning after rain? Under the burning of his flames, the three disasters destroy flower had already experienced rebirth twice. If it was burned down again this time, it would probably not be reborn, unless there was a way to rebirth the three disasters destroy flower. Now, Chen Xiang really wanted to know how Xiang Hongdao succeeded in the beginning. Very quickly, the three disasters destroy flower released the power of the third calamity. The interior of the pill furnace was filled with flash, plusing lightning and rumbling thunder, which was extremely terrifying. After releasing the third calamity, the three disasters destroy flower also disappeared from the pill furnace. It looks like I can only use the alive slain method to revive the three disasters destroy flower the instant it was exterminated. Chen Xiang closed his eyes and secretly recalled the methods inside the alive slain method. The combination of the heavenly alchemy and the live slain method should be useful. Chen Xiang also knew that if he were to use this method, it would consume a lot of his 6 realms power, once again refining the three disasters destroy flower by himself. With his previous experience, he quickly burned the three disasters destroy flower to the very end. The moment when the three disasters destroy flower was done releasing the lightning, he released the life force that he had been brewing with the alive slain method for a long time, and combined it with the heavenly alchemy. He refined the three disasters destroy flower into a pile of ashes. Boo! The pill furnace actually shook violently, releasing a heaven-shaking sound. However, the pill furnace was fine. This was only the power released by the rebirth of the three disasters destroy flower after 3 disasters. Do you want to start over again? Chen Xiang once again used a strong flame to burn this reborn 3 disasters destroy flower. This time the color of the 3 disasters destroy flower was different from before, and it had become even more powerful, and was currently producing a very strong flame power. The power of these 3 disasters is different from the last 3 times. It's a great increase. Although Chen Xiang was struggling, he was still very happy in his heart. This was because this was just as he had predicted before, that the 3 disasters destroy flower would have to undergo 3 rebirths before experiencing 9 disasters in order to show its true power. Now that he had started to condense the source energy, he still needed to make it come back to life when he was done with it. Very quickly, the second round of 3 disasters was about to end. Chen Xiang concentrated because this was the most crucial moment. As long as he allowed this 3 disasters destroy flower to be reborn a second time, he would be able to complete the 9 disasters. The instant it was exterminated, he used his life force to rush over, and then used the heavenly alchemy to quickly refine it. After reincarnating, the 3 disasters destroy flower became very big and began to emit a deathly aura. This surprised Chen Xiang greatly, because this was the true appearance of the 3 disasters destroy flower. Under his burning flames, this round of 3 calamities quickly ended, and what Chen Xiang was looking forward to the most next. Chen Xiang was stunned. This was not what he had expected. But when he was feeling disheartened, he suddenly saw that there was something black within the flames. What is this? Chen Xiang quickly retracted the flame. The inside of the pill furnace was scattered with a black mist. Chen Xiang was initially disappointed, but now he was happy because this was something that came out of a 3 disasters destroy flower that went through 9 disasters. Chen Xiang was initially disappointed, but now he was happy because this was something that came out of a 3 disasters destroy flower that went through 9 disasters. At this time, everyone was also confused because Chen Xiang had already refined this 3 disasters destroy flower for a period of time, but it still hadn't exploded. The pill God who had refined 3 disasters destroy flower before knew that it was enough for the 3 disasters destroy flower to explode several times at this time. But Chen Xiang didn't. Was he going to succeed? Pill God, who didn't believe it before, was now starting to believe it as well. He was looking forward to it. Master, were you like this before? Xiao Ping frowned and asked. He was burning fiercely, but the 3 disasters destroy flower did not explode. Xiang Hongdao nodded and did not say a word. Chen Xiang quickly placed the merciful D fruit inside, and after he placed the merciful D fruit inside, he immediately began to burn it. Although the 3 disasters destroy flower had turned into a ball of black gas, he could still see the spirit blood within the ball of black gas. When he had refined the merciful D fruit to a certain amount of time, he saw the spirit blood of the merciful D fruit fuse together with the black spirit blood and white spirit blood of the merciful D fruit. At this moment, he was extremely nervous. He was worried that it would explode. His heart had almost stopped beating. What surprised him was that he did not use much strength, but the 2 spirit blood actually fused together. When they fused together, they instantly turned into 2 BALLS of black and white medicinal liquid, revolving inside the pill furnace like the black and white yin-yang array. Right now, Chen Xiang didn't even do anything, as the 2 types of power actually rotated on their own and compressed on their own at an extremely fast speed. Chen Xiang had only just reacted to it when he turned into a black and white compatible pill, looking like a small pearl formed from a ray of yin and yang. He succeeded. Chen Xiang could not believe that it would actually progress so smoothly later on, especially the stage of fusion later on. It was like it was formed naturally. Boom! Dark clouds suddenly covered the sky as bolts of lightning struck down. He succeeded. Xiang Hongdao suddenly shouted with a face full of excitement. This is the 9 yin and yang dan's pill tribulation. This pill is too heaven-defying, and that's why it has attracted the pill tribulation. Bang! The 9 yin and yang dan inside the furnace suddenly rushed out. Boom! Also at this time, an extremely strong bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the 9 yin and yang dan's HI plus Ning with a blinding white light. Chen Xiang flicked his palm and looked at the black and white 9 yin and yang dan, which intersected in his palm. This familiar array of yin and yang once appeared in his dantian for a very long time. I succeeded. Chen Xiang did not dare believe it. This 9 yin and yang dan was simply too bizarre, especially the latter part of the process of how to condense nature into a pill, which gave him a huge impact. The process of fusing the pills was very natural and full of spirituality. He felt that this was the power of nature when refining other pills, although he could also achieve a perfect fusing process. But it was not as natural and full of Tao styles as when the 9 yin and yang dan fused with itself. Not bad, you've succeeded. Xiang Hongdao walked over and carefully looked at the 9 yin and yang dan on his palm. Is the process very beautiful? Xiang Hongdao knew that Chen Xiang understood his words, so he nodded because he also knew what Xiang Hongdao was talking about. I don't know if you managed to succeed by chance, but no matter what, it will be of great help to you in the future. In short, I feel that I won't be able to succeed again in the future, but success once gives me a lifetime of endless use. Xiang Hongdao patted Chen Xiang's shoulder. I think I don't have the qualifications to be your master. We both have the same master. What Xiang Hongdao said was something Xiao Ping could not understand, and others would not be able to understand. But Chen Xiang could understand it clearly. The same master, and this master referred to the great Tao. He would never forget the scene with the 9 yin and yang dan. It gave him a lot of inspiration, and it really did make him experience endless uses. Chen Xiang nodded. At this time, Xiao Ping wanted to take out his divine deity, but he shook his head. My gains are already great. I don't need your divine deity anymore. Chen Xiang looked at the 9 yin and yang dan in his hand. He felt that the divine pellet could allow him to condense one divine deity. I owe you this. Xiao Ping laughed. He already knew the difference between Chen Xiang and himself, and he planned to focus all of his energy on refining 9 yin and yang dan in the future. The pill refining compet. 1. Taiyan had ended, and Chen Xiang's pill refining skills made the other big heads jealous. but they did not dare make a move against Qin Xiang. They could all see how Xiang Hongdao treated Qin Xiang, and actually saw Qin Xiang as someone from the same generation. The storage bag that Xiang Hongdao gave to Qin Xiang had quite a few ingredients inside, but Xiang Hongdao did not want them back. He had quite a few. Take it. It should be useful to you. I don't plan on refining these anyway. Xiao Ping gave Qin Xiang a storage bag. Qin Xiang looked inside. There were actually 100 sets of Shangping Bone level Dan's divine medicines and 100 sets of Heaven Ji. Oh, D-Fire Dan's divine medicines. Take care. Xiao Ping knew that Qin Xiang was about to return to the Nine Heaven world, but this place would soon become filled with danger. Qin Xiang walked off the stage and returned with Xiao Baifeng and Imperial Concubine Lian. Huang Jintian and the others also returned to prepare to leave. Inside Xiao Baifeng's house, Xiao Yulan was already waiting for them there. Princess. Xiao Baifeng's eyes became moist when she saw Xiao Yulan, because she wanted to leave with Qin Xiang, but she couldn't bear to part with him. She also knew Xiao Yulan's predicament. Silly girl, don't cry. We will be fine in the future. Xiao Yulan smiled gently, but a look of melancholy flashed past her eyes as she hugged Xiao Baifeng. Xiao Baifeng then looked at Xiao Hongke, who was beside her. Hongke, take good care of the princess. I will definitely come back in the future to help you. Because it was Xiao Yulan who ordered her to leave, she had no choice but to leave. I understand, elder sister Baifeng. When you return, you will definitely be stronger than me. Xiao Hongke giggled at her, then looked towards Qin Xiang, who was beside her. Xiao Yulan and Xiao Hongke had seen Qin Xiang's performance when he was refining pills, so they were very confident that Xiao Baifeng would follow him. At the very least, they would not have to worry about him refining pills in the future. Baifeng, take good care of Jiner for me. Although her face was filled with a charming and lovely smile, Qin Xiang could tell that she was also very reluctant to part with it. Xiao Baifeng nodded. Don't worry about Imperial Concubine Lian. When we get to that place, there will be a lot of people looking after her. It's not like I haven't seen a silly girl like her before. Qin Xiang laughed and said, if I can't continue staying here, I'll just go to the Nine Heaven world and find me. Since you are all beauties, I'll be happy to take you all in. D.A.M.N. brat, let's go. Imperial Concubine Lian giggled and stuck out his tongue. Bring us to you. Bring us to trouble you. Don't blame us for it. You said that you would take us in. Huang Jintian took out an array disc, smiled, and said, this brat has caused more trouble than you. He's not afraid of the little trouble you guys have brought. Huang Yantian activated the formation plate. We are leaving. Do you have anything else to say? Qin Xiang had already pulled Xiao Baifeng and stood on the array disc. Take care. If it doesn't work, we'll go find you. Xiao Yulan waved goodbye to Qin Xiang and the others. Let's go. Huang Jintian and Huang Yantian activated the array disc at the same time, and then disappeared in front of Xiao Yulan and the others. You're finally back. This place is still so friendly. Huang Jintian stood on top of the array disc and controlled it to fly forward. You're finally back. This place is still so friendly. Huang Jintian stood on top of the array disc and controlled it to fly forward. Yang Tianyi sucked in a deep breath. The divine spirit energy here is close to the Super G. Oh, D-Realm, it's a very good place. It's a familiar smell. I've stayed in this place for many years. At that time, I still didn't know anything about my clan. Huang Jintian thought back to the past and sighed. You are yawned in Xiao Baifeng's embrace. We didn't go to Divine Cauldron Nation for very long. How much time has Pa-S said here? A few dozen years. Huang Yantian counted with his fingers. Master, you should go and find Gu Dongqin and the others. They need some pointers right now. Qin Xiang laughed. I want to bring those girls back. All right, but don't forget to give us some good divine pellets. If you can still refine that 9-yin and Yangdan, remember to send a few of them over for a taste. Huang Jintian laughed. Of course. but you have to prepare the Shen Yuan stone, and prepare your own brothers to settle the score." Chan Xiang laughed as he took out an array disc and teleported from the array disc to Hundreds of Flowers Village with Xiao Baifeng. The Hundreds of Flowers Village suddenly had spatial fluctuations, causing LV Chilian and Long Huishan to immediately rush over to check it out, as this fluctuation could only be created by Qin Xiang's array disc. Xiao Baifeng had long known that Qin Xiang was very amorous and that he had many women by his side, but she had thought that Qin Xiang was the same as the divine Cauldron Supreme Lord, that he wanted any woman. And now, LV Chilian and Long Huishan, who were standing in front of Xiao Baifeng, gave her a strange feeling of pressure. She felt that although the two women before her weren't as strong as her, they gave her this kind of pressure. And she had felt this kind of pressure before, something that only the divine Cauldron Supreme Lord had. She suddenly felt that these two women were just Chen Xiang's friends and not his women. Lu Menger and the others immediately came out from the ring. Seeing this, Xiao Baifeng immediately understood that other than Xiao Jiner, there were other girls in Chen Xiang's storage ring. "We're all back. That's good." Long Huishan caressed Dong Fangjing's pure face, then looked towards the bashful Xiao Jiner. "Who is this little beauty?" Long Huishan looked at Xiao Baifeng again and then laughed. "Qin Xiang, I asked you to go and save them. Now, not only are you bringing Menger and the others back, you also brought 2 more women with you." Hey, they are only friends with me, and he's here to seek refuge. Let's go back to the house first." Qin Xiang curled his lips. On the way, Xue Xianxian chattered about the reason why they were captured by Xiao Yulan, and then he talked about the existence of the Hundreds of Flowers Village. Xiao Baifeng finally understood the reason why Qin Xiang had entered the Jade Cauldron Palace. It seemed like it was to save Xue Xianxian and the others, and both he and Xiao Hongke knew about this. He also knew that the beautiful woman who told her about the past was Chen Xiang's official wife. After knowing the existence of the Hundreds of Flowers Village, Xiao Baifeng gradually calmed down. This was a force formed of women, and the power behind it was LV Chilian. She now understood why Qin Xiang was not afraid of him, because he had long gotten used to this kind of woman with the aura of an emperor. When he arrived at LV Chilian's house, Qin Xiang had just sat down when Feng Yujie came over. When he saw Feng Yujie, Xiao Baifeng felt a little pressured, since Feng Yujie was, after all, the Nine Heavens Ji. And this Nine Heaven world was closely related to Feng Yujie. Soon after, LV Qinlian and Jiu Hanru arrived one after another. They could be said to be the stronger girls here, equivalent to a group of great leaders and elders. The meeting is so boring. Let's go back. When Xue Xianxian saw LV Qinlian and the others, he knew that they were about to hold a meeting. Lu Meng'e laughed. "Qilian, then I'll go back first. Baifeng, you should stay here. They have something to discuss with you." Xiao Baifeng nodded his head. They were women after all, and they were easy to talk about. "Gina, let's go." Dong Fangjing pulled Xiao Jiner's small hand and followed Lu Menger and the others. They did not call Qin Xiang, and Yuer was also carried away by Dong Fangjing. "Are Sister Meiyao and the rest free right now? I'll talk to them about refining pills." What he said was the truth, but LV Chilian and the others thought that Qin Xiang was planning something bad. Just as he finished speaking, Yan Xilan's voice came from outside the door. She smiled gently. "It's been 80 years, and they're already free. Quickly go and find them. Do you want me to lead the way?" "No need." Just as Chen Xiang's voice fell, he ran off into the distance. Chen Xiang had long asked Su Meiyao where their pill refining team was located, and this Hundreds of Flowers village was not that big either. He quickly found out that it was a villa beside a stone mountain where a small river flowed past the villa, allowing Chen Xiang to enter through the water route. The moment he entered, he saw a lady in a purple dress soaking her feet by the side of the river. She was holding a book in her hands and was engrossed in reading. The lady in purple was Su Meiyao. She was seriously reading the book, but her jade-like face was extremely charming. This was the first time Qin Xiang had ever seen someone as charming as her. After so long, when he saw Su Meiyao once again, Qin Xiang couldn't help but recall the scenes when he met Su Meiyao at the foot of the mountain back then, as well as his various ambiguous feelings for him. It's Sister Meiyao. I didn't expect to see her as soon as I entered. Qin Xiang was secretly happy in his heart, and then quietly went behind Su Meiyao. Huh. Qin Xiang suddenly roared, scaring Su Meiyao out of his wits. He almost fell into the river. D-A-M-N, little scoundrel. You haven't seen me for so long. Yet you want to scare me to death upon meeting me? I'll beat you to death. Su Meiyao threw Qin Xiang onto the ground and started to smack him. Qin Xiang let Su Meiyao beat her for a while, then suddenly hugged her tightly as he flipped his body, pressing her down to the ground. Kiss me. Qin Xiang laughed. Bite you to death. Su Meiyao charmingly laughed, her small mouth pouting S-E-X-Y, causing Qin Xiang to be even more unable to hold back, and she kissed him. Just as the two was kissing Pa-S, silently a coquettish laughter came out. It was Hua Xiangyue's laugh. Little scoundrel is here, and he's still bullying our sister. Quickly come and hit her. Hua Xiangyue was also a naturally born charming woman, like Su Meiyao. When Qin Xiang heard her voice, his bones couldn't help but go numb. Seeing Hua Xiangyue flying over gently and releasing her, Qin Xiang stood up and laughed. She anxiously hugged Hua Xiangyue, who had landed, and pinched his waist, causing Hua Xiangyue to cry out charmingly, "You little demoness who threw herself into my trap. Despite knowing that I'm a bad guy, you still came." Qin Xiang laughed sinisterly. Just as she was about to do something to Hua Xiangyue, Su Meiyao, who was pushed down on the ground just now, suddenly kicked him in the abdomen, sending him flying into the river. Qin Xiang climbed out of the water, released some hot air to dry his clothes, and then laughed. "You two demon spirits, you two sure get along well. Did you miss me?" Qin Xiang climbed out of the water, released some hot air to dry his clothes, and then laughed. "You two demon spirits, you two sure get along well. Did you miss me?" Su Meiyao chuckled. "Who would miss a little scoundrel like you?" Qin Xiang pinched her face and asked, "Where's Qian? She's concocting pills?" "No," she said. She wanted to go out for a walk with Yulan and the others. Hua Xiangyue charmingly laid on Qin Xiang's left shoulder and stuck to Qin Xiang. "Little scoundrel, we haven't met for so long. Shouldn't you do something?" Qin Xiang laughed sinisterly. "You said it yourself." Then he looked at Su Meiyao. Su Meiyao had come into contact with his gaze that was filled with possession, and even though his face was red, he was not willing to be outdone. "You'd Ned Brat, watch how I'll take care of you." Qin Xiang laughed loudly as he carried Hua Xiangyue on his shoulder. After that, he embraced Su Meiyao and quickly entered a room. Afterwards, Qin Xiang laid on the bed happily, while Su Meiyao and Hua Xiangyue, these two beauties, also lied on his two sides, hugging his body. Little scoundrel, what happened in Divine Nations this time? She had long given her all to Qin Xiang, and she really wanted to give her everything as well. She wanted to give everything to Qin Xiang as soon as possible, so that she could finally get what she wanted. A lot of things have happened. I have also learned how to refine Shangping Dan and brought back quite a few divine medicines. Next, I will pass on to you the refining experience of Shangping Dan. Qin Xiang hugged two beautiful girls, but his expression was extremely stern. The Divine Nations is in a mess right now. They can't do anything to us, but once they calm down, they might join hands to fight against us. So we have to hurry and become stronger. The sky had already brightened up, and they had been in a frenzy for an entire night. Su Meiyao finished dressing himself and said with a chuckle, "You can start now. We don't want to become your burden." Hua Xiangyue laughed tenderly. "I'll call Qian back right now." Our pill refining team had been in closed-door cultivation all day and we only rested during this period of time. After Hua Xiangyue took out the communication jade symbol paper, she slowly put on her clothes. She purposely dressed slowly because Chen Xiang was really staring at her. Not even dual cultivating? Hua Xiangyue laughed. If you don't dual cultivate, you can't condense those purple pearls to duplicate. Chen Xiang smirked. I actually trained together with you guys, but none of you are very free. Furthermore, that kind of purple pearl reproducing Shangping medicine is not very effective. You guys should let Big Sis Chilean think of a way to see if there are any breakthroughs in the live slain method. In short, I haven't cultivated for a long time. Oh, right. Who is your pill refining team? Du Yanyao, Ji Linger, Hong Xia, Chan Chan, the two of us as well as Sister Feng are the big sisters. Su Meiyao said, we have used decades of time and have finally cultivated to the state where our hearts and minds are one. This way, when we are refining pills together, we will be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Hua Xiangyue laughed. Just like Menger and the rest who are working together to refine, we now have a very big pill furnace. The few of us can control it together, and even if it is more difficult to refine a pill, we can handle it. Compared to me, you guys are still far behind. Don't be complacent. Chen Xiang laughed. He had improved a lot after coming back from the Divine Cauldron Nation. I don't believe you. You just went to the Divine Cauldron Nation a few days ago, but several decades have passed, said here. We have improved a lot in these few years. How can we not be able to beat you? Su Meiyao pouted. Don't intentionally brag to trick us. We aren't stupid. Su Meiyao felt that this was also reasonable because they had spent a lot more time than Qinxiang. After a trip to the Divine Cauldron Nation, they had all entered the Supreme G.O.D. realm. With regards to his beloved women, Qinxiang didn't need to hide much from them. He giggled and took out a set of bone, Level Dan's divine medicine. Do you know what this is? Qinxiang sat on the bed and asked with a smile. Of course, I know of the divine flower of blood bone, the 7 emotions, and the heavenly muscle, GRA. SS. They were all low-rank divine medicines used to refine shopping bone Level Dan. Forget about this shopping bone Level Dan. We had already refined Zhongping bone Level Dan S. Basically, all of us have 1 bones and Sister Chilean, and the others have even more. Su Meiyao stuck out his tongue. What? Do you think you're very strong just because you refined the bone Level Dan? Chun Xiang pinched Su Meiyao's charming jade face and laughed. How many pills can you guys refine in 1 furnace? 6 pills. Hua Xiangyue gave a bland and charming smile. You seem to also have 6 pellets, right? Our team can already have 6 pills now. Although you have imparted the heavenly alchemy to us, it doesn't mean that we can't Serpa. SSU. We will now learn the 7 souls refinement from the heavenly alchemy, which is also the integration of 7 souls into our team. Just now, Qinxiang had already known that the women's pill refining teams were respectively Feng Yujie, Su Meiyao, Wu Qianchan, Hong Xia, and Ji Ling. Red Cloud and Ji Linger had only started to learn later on. At that time, they had acknowledged Feng Yujie as their mother and learned a lot. Her grandfather was also a very strong alchemist, now in the 9 Heaven School, and his disciple were the 9 Heaven School's Pill Ji. Feng Yujie had obtained one of the 9 Divine Kings' inheritance of pill refining and had mastered many pill formulas. So now that the 7 of them had become one, she became extremely formidable. Oh, if there's a chance, I'll have to see your 7 souls refine it. Chun Xiang grinned and said, Do you want to see me refine 6-bone Level Dan? Let's just watch and see. I really want to see how much stronger you are compared to us. Hua Xiangyue was a little unwilling, because they had worked hard these past few years. The reason the village could improve so much was because of their pill refining. They felt that they would not lose to Qinxiang, although they knew of Qinxiang's pill refining abilities. Just as Qinxiang was about to start training, Feng Yujie's tender laughter came from outside. The three of you have been playing for an entire night. Are you still unwilling to come out? When Su Meiyao and Hua Shangyue heard it, they couldn't help but blush slightly and walk out of the bed, opening the door. The door was wide open, and Chun Xiang was not wearing any clothes, so he was still holding on to the bone, Level Dan's divine medicine. Chun Xiang opened the door wide and saw Wu Qianqian, and beside Wu Qianqian was An, a blee and mature, beautiful woman. She was cold and looked extremely handsome, as if she was the kind of woman who had a strong and explosive personality. Yan Yao! Chun Xiang could not help but shout out, "Long time no see!" When Du Yanyao saw this, he could not help but burst out laughing, because Chun Xiang had not put on his clothes yet. After becoming sworn sisters with Yan Xilin, she had become more and more cheerful. However, when she wasn't laughing, she was still quite domineering. Hee, you guys are too obsessed with alchemy. You actually talked about alchemy when you were doing that kind of thing. A girl in a yellow dress walked in. Seeing her beautiful face, Chun Xiang immediately recognized her as Ji Linger. Hee, you guys are too obsessed with alchemy. You actually talked about alchemy when you were doing that kind of thing. A girl in a yellow dress walked in. Seeing her beautiful face, Chun Xiang immediately recognized her as Ji Linger, another demoness. When he had known Ji Linger all those years ago, Ji Linger had once seduced him with a very dubious method. At this time, Chun Xiang used a quilt to cover an important part of himself. Then a lady in red walked in and smiled charmingly. Chun Xiang, don't you remember what happened when we were in the bathroom? Red clouds, Linger. You are Sister Feng's Ji. Oh, daughter now. Restrain yourself a bit. Chun Xiang teased. Sister Feng is already mine. Feng, Yu Jie shouted from outside. Hurry up and come out. Don't be so obedient. It's just some stuff. What's there to block? I want to take a bath. Chun Xiang saw Feng Yujie walking in and saw the playful smile on her face and changed her words. Fine. Wait a while before was. I plussing. Chun Xiang put on his clothes and walked to the great hall. He sat between Du Yanyao and himself and laughed. Qian Yanyao. I just said that Sister Meiyao's and Xiang Yu's pill refining skills couldn't compare to mine. They were very unconvinced and said that you guys had developed some extremely powerful seven souls refinement method. Du Yanyao's eyes moved about and he chuckled. The refinement of the seven spirits is truly powerful, but you cannot learn this method because it requires 7 people. Speaking of our alchemy techniques, I believe that we are not inferior to you. Chun Xiang took out the bone Level Dan's divine medicine and laughed. Let's have a compet. 1. Tie in right now to see who can refine the bone Level Dan the fastest and best. Chun Xiang looked at Feng Yujie. Feng Yujie was the eldest sister, so she must definitely be the best at concocting pills. We have put in so much effort. We will definitely not be weaker than you. Let's just compete. She had also fought with Chun Xiang before, but had never won against him. The 7 women were all very serious and immediately took out their pill furnaces. They took out the bone Level Dan's divine medicine. Let me explain first. You can't hate me after losing. You can't hit me. Chun Xiang laughed. Are we that petty? On the other hand, if you lose, don't lose your temper. Wu Qianqian smiled gently. If you are truly stronger than us, then we should be happy. Chun Xiang pinched her face, being caressed so intimately by Chun Xiang in front of so many people. Wu Qianqian's face suddenly turned red. Du Yanyao said seriously, Chun Xiang, many years, I have not seen you concoct pills with my own eyes. When I thought about the first time I saw you concoct pills, I was extremely shocked. I hope that this time you will be able to broaden my horizons. Chun Xiang giggled. Yanyao, the first time you saw me refining a pellet, it should have been when I was poisoned. Of course, Du Yanyao remembered this. She looked at Chun Xiang with a red face, but Chun Xiang did not continue. Let's begin. Chun Xiang coughed dryly and said, when the girls saw that he had not taken out the pill furnace, They thought that he wanted to use the magic method furnace S. They had also used the magic method furnace S before, but they didn't know how to use them as well as Qin Xiang. You will lose for sure. Su Meiyao was extremely confident as he inspected the divine medicine. Just as they were about to put the spirit medicine into the furnace, they suddenly felt a terrifying flame power from the side. They immediately looked over, only to see Qin Xiang's eyes shooting out 2 rays of light, which struck the spirit medicine in his hand. The divine medicine was instantly refined, forming a ball of mist. It quickly merged, then divided into 6 parts. Finally, the pill was formed. This happened in a single breath, as if it had all happened in an instant. "Ha, you must be scared silly." Qin Xiang laughed. The 7 women were indeed scared silly as they stared at the 6-bone level danes in Qin Xiang's palms in a daze. The speed at which they refined pellets was simply unimaginable. It wasn't that they didn't think about it. It was just that they felt it was impossible. Even if they were refining low-level pills, they couldn't do so quickly. This doesn't look like a technique from the heavenly alchemy. Wu Qianqian, who was beside him, saw the most clearly, but there is original source refining. Qin Xiang laughed. "Indeed not. It's a method that I created myself, so I can't teach you guys." "You are so formidable, yet you want us to compete with you? You are bullying us." Su Meiyao pouted and kept the pill furnace and divine medicine. "Little scoundrel, you're getting more and more amazing." "That's true, but no matter what, I was taught to me by Sister Meiyao." Qin Xiang laughed and then suddenly became serious. He took out the Tianhui Dan's Heaven Ji, D Fire Dan's and 9 Yin and Yang Dan's divine medicine. When Feng Yujie saw it, he immediately said, "It's the Tianhui Dan's divine medicine. I don't know about the other one." Amongst them, Tianhui Danes and their pill formulas are relatively common in the divine nations. Especially 9 Yin and Yang Danes. They're just a type of pill that doesn't exist. She knew that Qin Xiang was different from the others. Taking out the medicinal herb now meant that he could already refine it. Ji Linger said, "Mother, didn't you say that 9 Yin and Yang Dan did not exist? In the divine nations, many pill DS have been scammed before." Qin Xiang nodded. "I believe you all know about the 9 Yin and Yang Dan. Amongst them, I will tell you in detail later, 9 Yin and Yang Dan. Now, let's talk about this first. This is the Heaven Ji. D Fire Dan's divine medicine." "Heaven Ji. D Fire Dan?" Feng Yujie was extremely shocked. This is what that great national master is most proficient in. It is said that this medicinal formula was created by him, and you were actually able to obtain this medicinal formula when you went to Divine Cauldron Nation. It seems like Xiao Baifeng did not tell me about the matter of you refining pills there. She is not too clear that this was given to me by a prince. As long as one cultivates fire tribute divine power, they would be able to eat Heaven Ji. D Fire Danes. I ate 2 of them and condensed 1 divine deity and 1 divine soul. Qin Xiang said, "I will tell you about my refining experience later. Let's talk about the 9 Yin and Yang Dan now." Qin Xiang took out the 9 Yin and Yang Dan that he had refined, then explained the process of his success in detail, especially the most crucial 3 lives and 9 calamities, and the kind of natural Tao pattern he had during the final process of concocting the pellet. 9 Yin and Yang Dan, Heaven Ji. D Fire Dan, Tianhui Dan, I will give you 50 of them. I need to find Big Sister Qilian and think of a way. The alive slain method must have even stronger effects, since my understanding of it isn't as strong as hers, and adding that I need to quickly level up, I don't have much time left. Qin Xiang said seriously, and even with the dual cultivation method, I don't think it will work. The Shangpin medicine is so much stronger than the middle and low-rank beasts, it won't be easy to replicate. Feng Yujie and the others had a deep understanding of this. Feng Yujie said, "I told Qilian to do it a long time ago. I'm waiting for her good news right now." "Then I'll pass. on my experiences and experiences to you all, and then I'll go into seclusion. Chunxiang said. The few women nodded, held hands, and all entered Chunxiang's divine sensei, asking him to use his divine soul to impart his insights in this area to them. After he was done, Chunxiang asked Feng Yujie to inform LV Chilian and the others that he was going to go into closed-door cultivation for a period of time. Chunxiang came to Shui Bingyan's living quarters. She was currently with Xiao Jiner, and Yuera was also there. Shui Bingyan was also a simple and charming and gentle girl, who looked very similar to Xiao Jiner. Chunxiang came to Shui Bingyan's living quarters. She was currently with Xiao Jiner, and Yuera was also there. Shui Bingyan was also a simple and charming and gentle girl, who looked very similar to Xiao Jiner. Elder brother Shen. When Shui Bingyan saw Chunxiang, she immediately flew over and threw herself into Chunxiang's embrace. After separating from Chunxiang for such a long time, she started to miss him more and more. I'm sorry, Bingyan. I haven't had the time to accompany you properly all these years. Chunxiang said with guilt. It's fine, I'm very happy here. Shui Bingyan smiled extremely sweetly and then kissed Chunxiang's face. No one knew who taught her, but it made Chunxiang very happy. Good morning, elder brother Shen. Xiao Jiner was still a little reserved, but he looked much better than before. Jiner, it's good as long as you gradually get used to it. Your icy face is the same as yours, but she's currently living a happy life. Chunxiang said. My sisters are all taking care of me. Xiao Jiner nodded her head. In the past, Mother never allowed me to interact with others in the palace, and I was worried that I would be framed. But here I don't have to worry. They all treated me like a little sister. Chunxiang carried Yuera and laughed. That's good. I need to train with Yuera for a while. I need to quickly become stronger, and only then will I be able to help your mother. I want to become powerful too. Elder brother Shin, can you help me? Xiao Jiner suddenly said. Even though the sisters here are all women, they are all very powerful. Especially Sister Bingyan. I can feel her presence. In short, he's better than me. Yuer sent a sound transmission to Chunxiang. She is a child of the undead heaven spirit. She is most likely an undying battle God. If you wanted her to become a war God, Long Huishan would need to train her. Also, Yulan and Qianxiang, the two wild girls, have to be together with her frequently. This way, it would be able to have a huge impact on her, causing her to become full of wildness. Bingyan, bring Jiner to find Big Sister Huishan. Then, give this jade talisman to her, and inside it is what I told Big Sister Huishan. Chunxiang told Long Huishan some things that he wanted her to specially train him. All right. Shui Bingyan received the jade talisman and then brought Xiao Jiner to find Long Huishan. Chunxiang left hundreds of Flowers Village and headed straight for Nine Heaven Divine Palace. This time, when Chunxiang came to the Nine Heaven Divine Palace to look for Jiu Songhai and chat with him, he wasn't at the mountain peak, but in a secret room in the palace. Jiu Songhai looked much more energetic than before. His entire body was filled with fighting spirit. Although dozens of years have said here, you shouldn't have spent too much time in the divine Cauldron Nation, right? Jiu Songhai laughed. He seemed to be even stronger now, and no one knew what he had been doing for the past few decades. Big brother Songhai, you're the one who's acting like a great divine lord. Chunxiang laughed. I have returned successfully from divine Cauldron Nation. Oh, have you seen Xiao Yulan? Jiu Songhai asked. Did you ask her about the heavenly magic sword's damage? Yes. She knows nothing about this. She doesn't even know how the cauldron broke. Chunxiang said, Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord did not directly tell her, but she sealed some important moves within the cauldron. What's the situation in Divine Cauldron Nation now? Jiu Songhai nodded his head. Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord did not tell her. It is obvious that she has some concerns, and it should be because of this matter that she needs to repair that cauldron in order to find out. Once you repair that cauldron, you'll be able to obtain extremely powerful strength, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Originally, the divine cauldron nation could have competed for the throne peacefully, but then a treasure of a divine nations suddenly appeared. Chun Xiang sighed. Every divine lord has kept a hand in this. These fellows don't know why, but they do hope that such a struggle will occur within their own divine nations. These divine lord have lived their entire lives to the end. Moreover, they no longer have any feelings for anything, so it's normal for them to be heartless towards their descendants. And the reason they all did the same thing is also because they were worried that the other divine nations wouldn't fall into chaos and would end up annexing the chaotic divine nations S. Jiu Songhai thought for a while, then said, if this time's divine cauldron nation was not chaotic, then after the other 8 divine nations have battled, the divine cauldron nation that did not have any injuries would definitely be able to eliminate the other 8 nations. Chun Xiang understood and said, every divine lord is worried, so I decided to do it this way. Only by doing this can I guarantee that divine nations will be in chaos and that they will even partic. 1p8. This way, they won't have to worry about their divine nations being annexed. The 9 great divine lord must have thought that we were only a small threat, so they did not place us in their eyes. Jiu Songhai said, so they are not worried that someone might take advantage of us after 9G. Oh, DS Nation is in chaos. After all, we are too weak now, and as long as there are a few great national master S remaining, we will not be able to touch them. That's true. Even if they lose 80% of their essence, we still won't be able to do anything to them. Chun Xiang was also very clear about the strength of the divine nations. Jiu Songhai then continued, although our strength is far inferior to theirs, this is a rare opportunity for us. We must seize this opportunity. When the 9 heaven world absorbs the Super G, D-Realm, we need to possess strength that is on par with them. Otherwise, the ones that will be killed will be us. That's right. That's why I have to make the best use of my time and training. Chun Xiang nodded, then chatted with Jiu Songhai for a while longer. After knowing that Jiu Songhai had come into contact with 9 Heaven School, they secretly helped each other. Since Jiu Songhai was the one who created 9 Heaven World, and 9 Heaven School was also named after him, they were now on the same side. As the local power of the 9 Heaven World, they definitely could not let it go. This was their common goal. Chun Xiang left the 9 Heaven Divine Palace and came to the Pa-S, sageway leading to the core of the earth beneath the Yuming deep abyss. So many years have Pa-S said here. I wonder how that earthly beast is doing. As Chun Xiang walked in the Pa-S sage, he started to worry. Yue laughed. What are you afraid of? It was too late for this fellow to thank you. Back then, you had helped him eliminate all his compet. 1. Tours, allowing him to obtain earthly fruit S. The core of the earth was a holy land for cultivation for Chun Xiang. He could use the time formation here to buy him more time. Chun Xiang walked to the end of the tunnel, looked down at the earth core and said, this earth core's growth speed is 2 Estonies. I plussing. Yue said, that's right, it is indeed terrifyingly fast. Just what is the reason behind this? At this rate of growth, it will not be long before you become stronger than even the core of Star Law Divine, Realm's main star. A roar suddenly came from below, accompanied by a surge of extremely hot chi rus. Plussing up. Even though Chun Xiang was wrapped up by the SPAC domain where released, he could still feel the terrifying heat. This earthly beast has become very scary. What is going on? This rate of growth is very abnormal. Yue shouted, let's go quickly. We can't stay here for long. Using teleportation, he tried to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. However, after he used teleportation, the place he arrived at was not the ground, but a place with flames on all 4 sides. Using teleportation, he tried to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. However, after he used teleportation. The place he arrived at was not the ground, but a place with flames on all four sides. C-R-A-P. This guy can also control S-P-A-C. He changed the trajectory of your teleportation and told you to teleport below. Ueda shouted in alarm. Chunxiang was now standing on top of a very big rock. Looking around, he realized that this rock was like a round stone slab floating on top of the fire liquid. He was already at the bottom of the earth, and beneath the rock was the extremely hot fire liquid. The center of the earth was very big, and it was surrounded by the red mist spewed out by the fire droplets. Chen Xiang could not see anything in the distance, but he knew that an extremely powerful earthly beast was hidden here. This fellow wouldn't repay kindness with enmity, right? Chen Xiang took out the divine azure dragon blade. He kept watch of the surroundings, and just as his entire body tensed up, the circular stone underneath his feet suddenly moved. What's going on? Chen Xiang immediately jumped to the side. He thought that something was holding onto the stone, as though it was trying to come out from below. Strange, that guy's aura has weakened. He doesn't seem to have any ill intentions towards you. Could it be that he wants to bring you somewhere? Yuera said if he wanted to make a move, he could have done so a long time ago. Chen Xiang also felt that it was strange. He walked to the center of the stone board, and since the stone board was moving even faster, it was flying towards a direction. As expected, it was going to take him somewhere. The Nine-Heaven world was very big, so the ground beneath was also very vast, like an ocean. The speed of the stone tablets Chen Xiang was standing on became even faster. It was just that he was surrounded by the fiery red mist and could not see the front. More than 2 hours later, Chen Xiang suddenly felt something in front of him. Through the red mist, he could see a shadow in front of him. Following the rapid movement of the stone slab, everything suddenly appeared clearly in front of him. There was something in front, but it was indeed an enormous stone wall. He had unexpectedly come to the edge. What's going on? If this continues, I'll crash into the stone wall. Chun Xiang looked at the top and saw that there was no way out. It was also a stone wall. The only way into the center of the earth was probably through the pit that he had jumped down from. But following the movement of the stone slab, he was already far away from there and could not find his way back. There's a cave ahead. Yuera was pleasantly surprised. I wonder where we will go after we pass through that cave. The heart of Nine-Heaven world is truly wondrous. Chen Xiang also saw the cave. It was relatively large, but it was blocked by the boiling flame, so he did not see it. The stone slab seemed to have its own intelligence as it moved towards the cave. The stone tablet was not small, but it was just right to enter the cave. This floating stone slab was specially made for this purpose by someone. Chun Xiang sat down. The stone platform was not hot at all, but after entering the cave, it unexpectedly cooled down, not like he was in the center of the earth at all. He could be considered to have experienced many strange things, so he was able to calm down. Up until now, he hadn't encountered any danger. Nine-Heaven world is not a star structure, so it's not circular. When I was in Star Law Divine Realm, the Earth's core that I had seen were all the cores of the stars, and they were all relatively small, not much bigger than the Nine-Heaven worlds. Yuera replied, Nine-Heaven world is just a huge floating board in the starry sky. It's not made out of stars, but it can operate really well. It's really strange. Chun Xiang looked ahead and sat steadily because they were going downhill. Their speed was even faster. The Earth's core is already deep enough, but it's still going down. Looking at the tunnel that's so long, it must be very deep. Just as Chen Xiang finished speaking, he saw a bend in front of him. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat and shouted, Yuera, can you make this thing slower? You and I tried it just now. We couldn't control it at all. Yuera hastily threw herself into Chen Xiang's embrace, and Chen Xiang firmly held onto her. It's about to collide, is it over? Although it curved, when he saw that the stone wall in front of him was approaching quickly, he felt as if he was about to smash it ruthlessly into a wall. Just as Chen Xiang wanted to float up, He was sucked in by the stone slab, leaving him no choice but to stay on the stone tablet. Just as it was about to collide with the stone slab, it made a sharp turn along the liquid of fire. Mother **her, that's so scary. Chen Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. How exciting! Yue giggled. It's starting again. In front of him was another bend in the road. Chen Xiang swallowed his saliva. Because he had the previous experience, he knew that it was not over, but even if he knew, he was still very worried. Here it comes. Ah, great. Yue, on the other hand, was extremely happy. She laughed and shouted, There's another one. It's a series of bends. Chen Xiang scolded. Are you trying to scare my soul away? Just like this. Chen Xiang did not know how many bends he had made. He did not even know when the originally fiery red liquid of fire had turned into clear and ice-cold water. This stone slab is definitely a very powerful divine tool. Chen Xiang patted the stone tablet. Otherwise, it won't bind me and won't let me leave. Who cares? Yue giggled. That's right. I really want to start all over again. Enough. Chen Xiang pinched her small belly. I still don't know where the H-E-L we're going. Right now, everything in front of them was perfectly straight, unlike the previous sharp bends and steep slopes. The movement of the stone slabs had also slowed down, and this waterway had become somewhat dark. Only the top of the channel would occasionally be lit up by some fluorescent stones. We've finally reached the exit. Chen Xiang calculated in his heart. It had already been 4 hours since he stood on the stone slab, and he suspected that he was still in the center of the earth. After walking out of this soul-stirring tunnel, there was a waterfall in front of him. After Pa-S, sing through the waterfall, Chen Xiang arrived at the pool. What's going on? Isn't this the core of the earth? How can you see the sun and the blue sky? Chen Xiang acted as if he had seen a ghost. He already went very deep from the Yu-Ming deep abyss to the core of the earth, and then using the stone tablet to go through the tunnel. He went all the way down, and now he actually arrived at the same place as the ground. Look ahead. Yue said. When Chen Xiang looked forward, the clouds and mist suddenly dispersed and a palace appeared. On top of the palace there was a signboard with the words Qilin Hall written on it. Seeing those 3 words, Chen Xiang suddenly understood that the earthly beast was actually a fire unicorn. Wasn't this guy fighting over food with others back then? It has only been a few years since then, and we have been through so much comfort. Not only is there a good environment, there is even a palace. Chen Xiang walked onto the S-H-O-R-E and headed towards the fiery red Qilin Hall with a stomach full of suspicions. The Qilin Hall was very big, but it was not built very well. Its entire body was a fiery red color and seemed to be out of place when compared to the dark green GSS. The Qilin Hall was very big, but it was not built very well. Its entire body was a fiery red color and seemed to be out of place when compared to the dark green GRA-SS. When Chen Xiang arrived at the entrance, the door automatically opened and he saw a big hall. After he walked in, a young man dressed in red traditional Chinese clothing walked over with a bland smile. Who are you? You brought me here? Chen Xiang asked. Not bad. Did you have a good time when you came? The man laughed heartily. It was clear that he meant no harm. Are you the earthly beast of this place? Yue asked. Are you a Qilin? The man nodded his head. I am indeed a fire unicorn, but I have a name. My name is Huilin, and only I am here. Don't you find it expensive to live in such a large place? Yue laughed. Of course I feel it, but I have no choice. Hopefully, this place will become lively in the future. Huilin looked at Chen Xiang and saluted him. Benefactor, I still don't know your name. Benefactor. Chen Xiang was a little doubtful. My name is Chen Xiang. When will we be your benefactors? If you hadn't helped me eliminate my other compet, tours, I wouldn't be where I am today. When Earth's core divine spirit created us, because of some problems, I was the weakest of the lot. Originally, there was no hope for us to survive to the end, but never would I have expected that it would be because of benefactor's efforts that I survived. Huilin laughed. Yue had said before that Chen Xiang was the great benefactor of the earth tree, and this was not wrong. So that's how it is. Chen Xiang laughed and patted Huilin's shoulders. I didn't expect you to become like this so quickly. You're truly powerful. Oh, right, since it was an intervention. Wouldn't the Earth's core divine spirit blame me? Chen Xiang looked around worriedly. Don't worry. Earth's core divine spirit has already left. He will never come back, and he will go to other places without Earth's core divine spirit to create earthly beast, change his core, and create a world. Huilin laughed. So before he left, he created this Earth core realm and can be considered my territory. Furthermore, I will also be responsible for protecting the Earth's core in the future, so as to not let any creatures who had ulterior motives invade the Earth's core to invade. Yue giggled. Does this mean that Chen Xiang has ulterior motives? Huilin laughed. This is my decision. Benefactor merely borrowed a bit of Earth core's power to activate a formation. It will not harm the structure of the Earth core. Not bad, little guy. Just call me Big Brother. Don't call me Benefactor. Chen Xiang laughed and shamelessly allowed the fire unicorn to call him Big Brother. Yes, Big Brother. Huilin seemed to be very simple, and furthermore, he truly wanted to repay the grat. One toot. Originally, when he was created, he would need to undergo a lot of tempering before becoming an earthly beast. But when an error occurred in the process of creating him, he became the weakest earthly beast. In this kind of training, only those who survived could become the master of this core. Originally, Huilin had had no hope, but who knew that Chen Xiang's sudden appearance would help him eliminate all of his opponents, causing him, who was destined to die, to win in the end and become the guard of the Earth's core. To Huilin, this was a life-saving favor. Kid, you have the ability to change the trajectory of SPAC so that I can't leave the Earth's core, but you didn't bring me here immediately. Chen Xiang laughed. Are you trying to make fun of me? Big Brother, how would I dare? I just want to show you the structure of this Earth's core. Ordinary people do not have this opportunity. Huilin brought Chen Xiang out of the SPAC hall and into the GRA. SS outside. After that, he took out a stone table and let Chen Xiang sit down. Huilin, can you borrow the power of the Earth's core from here? I need to train during this period of time. Chen Xiang said. Of course I can. There is a place below my Qilin Hall where I can directly absorb the most powerful power from the Earth's core. That is where I normally train. If you need it, I can just modify it and make 2 of them. Huilin said. If Big Brother wants to leave, you can also use the transmission array to leave. I have the transmission array here. So convenient. Oh, right. Did you make your own transmission array? What should I do to get in here faster when I need to? Chen Xiang never thought that there would actually be a transmission array here. I didn't do it. It was prepared by the geocentric creature when it left. Huilin said, If you want to come in, just shout at me at the end of the passage, and I will open the transmission array to bring you in. I don't have the spatial power that Big Brother has. The reason I changed your spatial trajectory was because of the formation. Chen Xiang followed Huilin into the Qilin Hall. They arrived at an underground place, and there was a pond of fire here. They could sense a very strong flame power. Big Brother, you can stay here to cultivate. I can make one myself and control this place as I please. After Huilin finished speaking, he closed the door and left, no longer disturbing Chen Xiang's cultivation. In order to make the best use of his time to cultivate, Chen Xiang used the time formation. 1 day outside was equivalent to a year inside, which allowed him to earn more time to become stronger. Only in this kind of place could the circulation of the time formation be maintained. Even if one used a dragon's vein, it would cause a lot of damage to the dragon's vein. I only have 7 divine deity now. I'm really too weak. Facing those divine nations Even 70 divine deity would not be enough. Qinxiang sighed. I wonder when I'll be able to reach that realm. It just depends on how well you're refining the pills. Generally speaking, eating Shangpindan below 40 divine deity is very effective, and those above 40 divine deity need to eat Taipindan. Yue replied, in other words, the divine medicine in your hands is already enough to satisfy you. Qunxiang took out the 9 yin and yang dan and laughed. I have to personally try out how effective this 9 yin and yang dan is. If it is good, then I will try to refine a 9 yin and yang dan with spiritual light, and this will allow me to improve by leaps and bounds. Right now, you need to condense a few more spatial divine deity and celestial phenomenon divine deity. This is more of a help to you. If you set the 100G, DS level as your goal, you must have at least 25 spatial divine deity and 50 sky elephant divine deity each, and then 50 flame divine deity. Yue said, Qunxiang currently had a lot of fire divine deity, but spatial divine deity could allow him to use even stronger spatial energy, allowing him to teleport even further. Let's begin now. Qunxiang ate the 9 yin and yang dan and checked if it had the same effects as the one in the legends. After consuming the 9 yin and yang dan, Qunxiang immediately felt his body being struck by the medicinal power. Surprisingly, his body became extremely cold. After consuming the 9 yin and yang dan, Qunxiang immediately felt his body being struck by the medicinal power. Surprisingly, his body became extremely cold. My body has to undergo 9 transformations. Qunxiang felt that his body was incomparably cold, but he didn't feel very uncomfortable. Your body is emitting a terrifying cold energy. This 9 yin and yang dan is not simple indeed. Just as she finished speaking, S body fiercely spewed out flames. Qunxiang was engulfed in flames, but he didn't feel like anything was wrong. My body is only warm, I can still endure it. Now it's my second transformation. Yue watched from the side. Her speed of change was quite fast, which meant that her medicinal strength was very strong and her performance was very good. It was hot and cold just now. Now is righteousness. Qunxiang said. After the heat, I felt that my body had suddenly become very strong, just like an iron fist. Then it became very soft again, like soft. Yue nodded. It's already been 4 transformations. How do you feel? She had just finished asking, when she suddenly cried out in alarm, because she saw Qunxiang had suddenly melted, little by little, as if he was a wax that was being burned by a big fire and turned into something on the ground. Yue was frightened, and just as she was about to do something, she melted, but Qunxiang slowly changed back into her normal form. The 6th and 7th forms have been completed. Melting and solidifying are the complete opposite. It might be the corresponding yin and yang forms. Just as Qunxiang finished speaking, his body suddenly started to shrink. Seeing this, Yue's eyes turned round as she shouted in alarm, What change is it now? I'm getting smaller. Qunxiang's voice also became tender, and in the blink of an eye he had turned into a very small child. After Yue saw it, she flew over happily and circled above his head. Little guy, brat, ha! You were pretty cute when you were young. I really want to pinch you. She had already nuzzled Qunxiang's face with her little face. Little thing, I've just become smaller, and I'm about to become bigger. Hurry up and leave. Qunxiang laughed. After he said that, he started to get bigger again, and his body started to swell up. In a few blinks of an eye, he had turned into a giant. His clothes were also swollen till they were torn apart. Previously, it was hot and cold, but now it has been melted and solidified. Now it has been changed in size. It has already changed 8 times. What is the final change? Yue was extremely curious, looking at the giant Qunxiang. The final change is, of course, metamorphosis. Qunxiang could clearly feel it himself. Sure enough, right after he finished speaking, his body suddenly turned black. At this moment, his entire body, including his eyes and hair, was wrapped in a layer of black, hard skin, as if he was burnt. My body has become stronger, and my divine sensi has already condensed this kind of qi. I can now condense my divine deity. This nine yin and yang dan is truly powerful. Chen Xiang immediately used his star S, H-I, plus FT to cultivate the spatial divine deity. Yuer watched the pitch-black Chen Xiang from the side, patiently waiting for him to break the ELL. Suddenly, she wanted to try this nine yin and yang dan as well. After 2 days, she suddenly heard a cracking sound, and the layer of black SHEL that wrapped around Chen Xiang started to crack. Chen Xiang shouted loudly and shattered all of it. "Get dressed!" Little Moon covered her eyes with her 2 little paws. Chen Xiang laughed and anxiously put on his clothes, then said, "I have condensed a divine deity. This nine yin and yang dan not only can condense a powerful divine deity, it can also strengthen my fleshly body. I feel that after eating the Zhongping bone level dan, I can refine it for a good 6 hours. I can go condense the bones now." Every single time Chen Xiang would condense double bone level, and if he condensed 18 bones 9 times, these 18 bones would be as powerful as 20 or 30 times, which would be able to increase his strength tremendously. "Where is your divine soul?" Yuer asked. "Aren't you going to give your new divine deity first?" Chen Xiang laughed complacently. "No need. The nine yin and yang dan have already been formed for me." After he finished speaking, he ate a Zhongping bone level dan. Right now, his eyes, left arm, and right leg all had bones, and had already congealed 3 times. He could still condense 6 more times, but he did not know whether he would still be able to condense double bone level next. The Zhongping bone level dan's medicine had already been refined, and it took 6 hours, and it was just right. Right now he no longer had a middle tier bone level dan, but it was easy for him to refine. He used his eyes to release the fire in his eyes and instantly formed 6 pellets. "I don't believe that I can't condense it." Chen Xiang took 1 pellet and refined the medicinal power of the pellet. The more bones he had, the harder it was to condense. He ate more than 300 pills, and after half a year, his right arm finally had a feeling. After that, he very calmly channeled all of his energy towards his right arm. After 2 days, he had successfully condensed the 4th position, the bones at the right arm. At this time, his left and right arm already had the bones. I only have 4 bones now. How could you finish it so quickly?" Yuer muttered, "How do we deal with your bones?" Chen Xiang laughed and said, "I use fire as the main element, and in this heart of the earth, I'm not worried about natural divine soul without fire attribute. I just need to ask Huolin." "That's true." Yuer nodded, as long as it was a strong flame divine soul. Chen Xiang and Yuer walked out of the time formation and left the underground secret room. Knowing that he had exited the secret room, Huolin hurried over. "Big brother, you've only been in for less than a day, and you've already come out." Huolin knew that Chen Xiang was using a formation to cultivate, but he did not know that it was time formation. He has already stayed in that array for more than half a year. His array formation is the time formation. Yuer said, "Oh, right. What is the background of this kitten?" "I always felt that you were very powerful." Huolin smiled as he touched Yuer. "You are also a beast. Have you heard of cat race?" Yuer asked. "Then Earth's core divine spirit will probably give you some information, right? Otherwise, you will be a fool who doesn't know anything." Huolin laughed. "That's right. I do have a lot of knowledge. I have heard of the cat race you are talking about before, but I do not know much about it." Chen Xiang looked at Yuer, this little girl whom he had grabbed over and placed in his palms. "Yuer, what kind of strange power do you have? Could it be the power of SPAC? But it does not seem to be some strange power." Yuer might not be able to communicate with Xingyue, but that was because she possessed the bloodline of the Star Moon divine race. This lady is amazing. My strange power is more than enough to scare the 2 of you to death." Yue raised her little head and said with a very proud expression. Qinxiang had been together with Yue for a long time, recalling all sorts of strange powers she had, but none of them could scare him to death. He had admitted that Yue's abilities were not small, but now he felt that she was exaggerating. Qinxiang had been together with Yue for a long time, recalling all sorts of strange powers she had, but none of them could scare him to death. He had admitted that Yue's abilities were not small, but now he felt that she was exaggerating. Is it true? Why have I never seen you use that kind of frightening power before? Qinxiang laughed. His face had a look of disbelief. Qinxiang suddenly thought of Yue's other power, which was that every once in a while the power of the stars and moon would descend upon her. This could also be considered as a strange power, but this wasn't the power of her cat race. It was triggered by the power of her bloodline, the bloodline of the stars and moon. Qinxiang thought about it carefully. Up until now, he and Yue had indeed not seen her use the power of the cat race, and she had only become a little kitten. Yue raised her head and snorted, I won't tell you. In short, I just need to use a certain amount of divine deity to use my bizarre power. Qinxiang was truly curious. He hurriedly rubbed Yue's small belly, causing Yue to giggle and shout. You're not going to tell me. I'm going to let you keep me in suspense. Big brother, it's actually not like that. The cat race's strange powers are very mysterious and would normally not tell anyone else. Even those that you trust a lot would not tell you. Huilin laughed. Exactly. Yue escaped from Qinxiang's grasp and flew over to his head. Qinxiang did not pursue the matter any further. After all, this matter concerned Yue's secret. Huilin, can you help me get a set of fire attribute divine soul? Qinxiang said. He had just condensed his bones and needed to integrate his divine soul. Huilin nodded. Of course there is. It is very easy to produce powerful fire divine soul from the core of the earth. These are the 10 fire attribute divine soul I gathered before. Qinxiang was very happy that there were suddenly 10 sets of powerful fire divine soul. To Huilin, divine soul was not something precious. He could go to the center of the earth to search for them whenever he had the time, and it would be very easy to find them. After Qinxiang obtained the divine soul, he immediately returned to the secret underground room and entered the time formation to cultivate. After fusing, my arms are considered to be balanced. Qinxiang had wanted to let his right arm possess bones and divine soul since a long time ago, and now that his bones was not only used to fight, it could also be of great help to him in refining pills. The bones condensed out from his right arm was also a double bone level. This time he had fused with 2 extremely strong fire divine soul, so the strength of his right arm was slightly stronger than his left arm. The 4th condensed bones had already been completed, and next, Qinxiang ate another Zhongping Dan. This was the last pellet, and he only had 1 mid-grade bones pellet, while the rest were all pellet of the Shangping bone level Dan. Qinxiang, do you really want to know what that bizarre power of mine is? Yue suddenly asked with a smile. I am indeed curious, but this is your secret. If it is leaked, it might have a great effect on you. Qinxiang said, if my enemies knew, it would indeed have a great effect, but for a bizarre power like mine, I would need 70 divine deity to use it even a little, and even a little would make me very powerful. It's just that I did not reach 70 divine deity back then. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been ambushed by those fellows from the divine nations. Yue tenderly snorted. He actually needs 70 divine deity to use it. He's really powerful. Qinxiang replied, is this innate strength? Yue nodded her head. It's innate strength. That kind of ability is mainly to make my body reflect any kind of power, and the strength it reflects will be increased by 10 times, or at most, 10 times. I should be able to reach the peak of my power. Is this for real? You've never used it before. How do you know you have this ability? Qinxiang was very shocked. This was indeed very terrifying, no matter what power it was. It would always reflect back, and the highest would increase by 10 times. If she didn't know, then it would be suicide to use her strongest power to attack her. No wonder she kept this kind of ability a secret from him. But Yue telling Qinxiang now meant that she trusted Qinxiang a lot. When I was born, I already knew about my innate strength. Back then, I was only a bit away from cultivating to 70 divine deity. Yue sighed. It will take some time before I can recover. Qinxiang touched her and laughed. I am an alchemist. It is very easy for you to become stronger if you want. But the prerequisite is that you have to wait for me to become stronger. Aren't you lacking bones? Yue nodded her head. It's rather hard for me to eat bone-level Dan in Star Law Divine Realm, especially high-grade bone-level Dan. Even if I can buy one, its quality is not suitable for me. In the time she had with Qinxiang, she had discovered that condensing bones could actually be that easy. It wasn't just easy for Qinxiang. Even the people around him were like this. Let me refine this bone-level Dan and take a look. What Qinxiang had previously eaten was also a middle-ranked bone-level Dan, after condensing the 4th set of double bone level. He didn't know what kind of bones was more suitable for him. It had only been 4 hours. Qinxiang had already refined the medicinal force, and previously, before he managed to condense the 4th bones, it had taken more than 6 hours. What's going on? I only cultivated the 4th double bone level, and my body already became so strong. I didn't even feel it myself. Qinxiang was very suspicious. It's not strange if you condense double bone level 4 times. That would make a total of 8 bones. Yue said. Qinxiang could only refine high-quality bone level Dan now. Xiaoping had given him 100 batches of Shangping bone level Dan's medicinal ingredients. He had given Feng Yujie and the others 50 batches, and he himself had left half of them. Bone level Dan were originally easy to refine, especially for Qinxiang. He could easily refine low and middle graded bone level Dan, so he did not feel any pressure when refining high ranked bone level Dan. He quickly refined 1 furnace, and he felt that if he refined a few more batches, he would be able to use the bones in his eyes to instantly form the pellet. It was the same as the lower middle graded one, as he could produce 6 pills while refining the Shangping bone level Dan. Qinxiang and Yue ate 1 pellet each, and then refined the medicinal power together. Yue, can your body cultivate bones now? Qinxiang was curious about this. Of course you can. I am already in the cat race, and my cat form does not affect my ability to unleash my power, not to mention that this is my main body. Yue laughed. Let's compete to see who can condense bones first.